Hello, and welcome to the Under Pressure Junior Draft Cup. I am Echo, joined by Weef, and yeah, this is going to be a doozy.
Yeah, I don't even know what to expect. It's, not something you get to see every day. Just players at not quite the same level as a lot of other competitive players, but still very good by their own merits. But just the whole strategy that goes into playing a game at when you're not as familiar into it is just so different, and there's a lot of different conceptions of what people think is good and what people think isn't good. And so I think we can see some really interesting sets out of this. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I think the thing that's really getting me interested in this is sort of the experience that all these players have in the scene as a whole. So I guess I compare it to low ink, where any player that joins low ink and slowly grows in the rankings, they're not known initially by people playing in Squid Junction because they probably go 0-2 there. But slowly they get to have a bit more of a foothold in low ink, and the lower level scene starts to recognize them. So this is sort of a tournament similar to that, where a lot of players that are interested enough and dedicated to this game to play in a tournament are finally getting this chance to find people who are similar to their skill level. And I think it's just very accessible because of that. So I'm really excited to see what sorts of matches we'll be getting into here.
Okay, it's just fantastic because people the low level in the Splatoon scene is really low level. It's gonna be we're getting right into our match. We'll continue this thought later.
Wow, hi.
So,
yeah, not wasting any time here.
Already we see an interesting choice. Is the set already started?
Seems like this is going to be game 3, but we're seeing Tetra's shot at... the score was wrong? Okay. We're seeing a T-Tech on both sides, as well as a Flingza, but I do enjoy that arrow spray. It's not something you see all that often, but...
Oh yeah, no. There's especially at a level like this where your shots don't have to be super accurate because people aren't going to be as amazing at dodging the air spray. It's actually a pretty solid choice. We see an explosion from the other side. We see flings on both sides, which isn't something you expect because missiles are kind of a weird special to play around. But we do try to strike them initially. It looks like Cephalopressure has a pretty dominant hold so far, and it's going to take a lot for Secret Sauce to eventually, get in. They're going to have to try to coordinate and build their specials and make coordinated pushes, which isn't, always intuitive. And we just see, the E-leader is something that, you have to hit your shots, but if you are able to hit your shots, it's going to be really dominant. But we are seeing Secret Sauce start to take it back as 3 members of Cephalopressure go down.
Yeah, there have been a lot of trades of specials here, but finally with that Reef Slider, going to be taking a trade, but this E-leader is just so pressure back with another Ink Strike coming out from Secret Sauce's T-Tag. This is going to be a pretty solid control for Secret Sauce as their Flingza tries to get missiles as Tifu starts grabbing that Booyah, and now Flingza goes down before it can use missile, and the T-Tag, and now the Tetra, only the Explode. It's going to be a complete turnaround as the Wipeout lets Cephalopressure get full control of mid here. They're going to be going into their court now.
Yeah, if you're Cephalopressure, you want to take that wipe to the fullest advantage that you can and try to get it into their court, like you said. They have a bunch of penalty to chew through, but it takes down much faster than a lot of people are going to be expecting.
Yeah, and especially with all of these just specials coming in, often you might be seeing players like this feel a bit more pressured by specials, not expecting their teammates to be right with them to engage with a tri-strike, so they back up really far for that. And so we saw there, the only special that was really out from Secret Sauce was Dandek's tri-strike, but the rest of the team was able to capitalize on Cephalopressure moving back a little bit, and now they have full control of zone. But here come the missiles.
Yeah, missiles are something that, if you're first playing the game, you're like, this can't be good. It doesn't even do anything, but it does so much. And we almost see a lead swap here from the side of Secret Sauce as Cephalopressure finally makes it back in as they get it down all the way to 32. And we're just going to see some scrapping in mid as Cephalopressure tries to keep the hold that they created, but they do go 3 down yet again.
Yeah, this zone is just going to be going through a bit of a change of hands again and again as both teams slowly try to chip away at this penalty. What they really need to do here is try to pick them off. Actually able to get a reslider pick on the fling step from Cephalopressure, and with the airspray going down shortly before that, it's going to be a long time before they can get that Booyah Bomb, get that missile. And even though the E-Leader's Wavebreaker is coming out, it's not going to be met with many other specials, so we'll have to see how the rest of the team uses this.
Yeah, that's lead swapping. It's Secret Sauce's game right now. Even though they are one down, both teams are on equal footing, and we see some jumps in, but that's not going to be much. It looks like Cephalopressure might take the zone again, but that is a hefty penalty that they have to get through. That's, you know, that's it's going to take a minute, and they have to have really solid control for that entire time. 12 is not an easy lead to break.
Yeah, the main part of Splat zones that you have to keep in mind is the closer you are to knocking out the opponent, the more time that you'll have to wait before you're actually chipping down like we finally are on the zone. So you have to hold it for much longer, and if someone's able to come in like Secret Sauce with the retake here, that penalty just goes right back up. So it's going to be a lot harder for Secret Sauce to try, or Cephalopressure to try to take back its lead.
Oh yeah, 100%. But they do seem to make, like, they are taking advantage. They are starting to get a bit of control back, and mid is their zone right now, even though the Tetras actually do get a really nice pick. The Booyah Bomb comes out on the zone. Reslider going to mid, but gets stopped by the block. But it looks like 2 down on the side of Cephalopressure, and it's Secret Sauce's game yet again.
Yeah, I really like the specials coming out from Secret Sauce. The rain really helped the Tetra be able to get a pick here, and the missiles are coming out from Cephalopressure, but no one's really pushing them yet, so they're going to have limited impact.
Ooh.
But the final... Oh! The pick was so close to creating a zone swap for Cephalopressure, but it was just a bit too late, as the zone swapped, I think, as the game was called. That's going to be game 1 for Secret Sauce, but
yeah,
that was... The zone changed hands so many times there, so I really don't know what to expect for the rest of this set.
Yeah, that was a game where if it lasted for maybe 30 more seconds, it might have had a completely different outcome, as we saw like 3 to go down on the side of Secret Sauce, and Cephalopressure would have had a chance to take the lead back once again. But yeah, that was a good first set. You saw quite a bit of special coordination, actually, like a lot more than you would expect to see out of players that are not quite that high rank yet. And I'm impressed. I'm excited for more of the games to come out.
Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting to see, like, even though these players might not have been able to coordinate with teammates in rank, that when they have the ability to be in a voice chat with their teammates, they can still make strategies of how they're going to be going back in, be it with an Ink Storm with a Booyah Bomb or with missiles with another special. And being able to stay when you're using special can mean so much, as in ranked, you sort of have to be aware of what your teammates are doing at any given time, as well as what your opponents are doing, and where they are, and what the game state is. So yeah, there's a lot more to keep in track, and your teammates can sort of remind you of important things in BC. So
yeah. Playing with a team is such a different experience than playing in solo queue, and like I remember the first time that I played with a team, when I went back to playing on my own, I was like, I feel so blind. I don't know what's happening around me. I don't know who's where, and that's just such a great feeling for people like to be able to experience and get themselves really hooked on comp in general. So next we're going to be seeing Tower Control on Hagglefish, which is, you know, Hagglefish is a really popular stage. It's pretty balanced, and I think Tower Control works pretty well on it. What are your thoughts?
I really like Tower on Hagglefish, but I do think we're probably going to be seeing the Flingses again, just because missiles seem to do better on maps that are very narrow, because you have to move somewhere else when enemy missiles are going towards you. You can move to the side, you can move forward, or you can move backward. Generally, the opponent will be in front of you, so you don't want to move forward. And on very narrow maps like Hagglefish, you can't move to the sides. So you pretty much have to move back, and so that creates a lot of space for the opponent to sort of claim as they're pushing in with those missiles. So another thing to note is it's pretty easy to share missiles, that is, maybe getting hit with chip damage or even hit directly by a missile from your teammate that was locked on.
Yeah, that's the worst feeling.
Yeah, I've been in a few matches where the opponent's gotten a quad from a single missile. Hi, Splatoon 2. But we are no longer playing that game, so this is a much more aggressive game, and we're going to be seeing three blasters in a single.
Really interesting. Yeah, blasters in Splatoon 3 aren't something you see too often. They just get really hard outclassed, but I mean, here, you know, if you can land a direct, and if you can get those nice indirects where, you know, your opponent might not actually know how to properly counteract the massive AoE of a blaster, it's going to be pretty powerful, especially on tower control, where, I mean, in this kind of setting, you might see players push the tower when they don't actually have much control. And did I see that right? Did both players try to put a bubble on the same time? Or no?
Maybe, but unfortunately, not much was really able to get out of that.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah, we're seeing Cephalopressure immediately on the first checkpoint. This in fact trying to keep pressure, but the Junior's just able to take tower here as there wasn't quite enough support for the Charger to feel all that safe right there. AJ trying to move back, but just going to get pressured by this Tetra, this Luna Neo a little bit too much. It's black and white, my apologies. But yeah, once again, just no team quite has an advantage, but Secret Sauce able to get 3 down. This might be their push.
Yeah, no. They seem to have decent control of this little area in front of the checkpoint, and that's the most important thing in tower control. You're trying really, really hard to get the checkpoint under control so you can get it safely, and they seem to have that on lock. They do get the first checkpoint, and they might even touch the second, but that looks like their push is over. But we get a nice pick from the Neo there.
Yeah, there's still a lot of paint control on Secret Sauce's side, so even though they went 2 down, they're able to just get a few super jumps in. This Tetra's still able to do a lot of pressure here, and it's going to be a little bit of time before Cephalopressure is able to get in, but finally with this Tetra down, with this Luna picked off, they might finally be able to get in, especially as the Last Alive is going to be forced to move back, able to get a trade before the Charger gets in. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you love to see some nice Charger clips always, but we're seeing them start to move in. That Charger has that vacuum ready, and if they feel so inclined, they may eventually hop on the tower and decide to pop that, but they are doing a really good job of waiting patiently for a good moment to use that special, which isn't something you see too often at a lower level. But three do go down on the side of Secret Sauce, so the Neo gets a really nice pick, but there it is, there's that the vacuum on the tower, and players are jumping in, they aren't quite pushing with the tower, and that Tetris is going behind and pestering them and making sure that they aren't going to be having control of that tower for a good minute, which is fizzles out their push potential quite a bit.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing this blaster try to go in, but I think this is what you call a staggered team, where you're going to have 2 of their teammates going in while the other 2 are still stuck trying to respawn or coming out of their spawn. But it worked out for them, able to win a couple of fights in mid, and now it's going to be Cephalopressure that's sort of staggered here. Only the T-Tech and the Charger left alive. T-Tech, just a bit too close to this blaster, going to get picked off from it as the Wavebreaker pressures it just a little bit to reveal its location. Able to get another pick with that Wavebreaker. This Range Blaster is doing a lot of work here to create a lot of space.
Yeah, Range Blaster is such a powerful weapon in terms of AoE, before you... But it starts to fall off, but, you know, it's just the raw power of the main weapon is something to behold. And we're going to see Secret Sauce start to get that second checkpoint here before fizzling off a little bit. They're a big scrap on the tower. But once again, that Neo is coming in clutch and like, just getting picks left and right, using their area of effect and getting some really nice directs and just holding this area in front of the tower really, really nicely.
They have Stamp. They might be using it soon. Seems like they don't need to, as their Tetra was able to create a really nice trade there, as they're just getting a lot of chip damage here, pressuring the opponent away from where their first checkpoint is, and allowing the rest of Secret Sauce to push up. But here comes this is Zipcaster, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I really like Zipcaster as a special, just because even if you're not quite fishing for picks there, like you saw the Luna just sort of moving around there, everyone on Secret Sauce had to look back towards it, and so that slowed their push dramatically. So we see we see so many people on the tower right here, just people rushing to try and get on it, which you know, isn't something you see too often at a higher level, because people, like I said, they try to get control in front of the tower more, but here it's just a all-out scrap, see who can touch that tower. Maybe they got the special advantage, maybe they're just really wanting those points. But we've also seen some bubbles, and there's 2 people on the tower right now. So once again, a beautiful pick from that Charger.
as it's just the Neo around and with a few jumps in, but they're really pretty much alone. But they are a blaster in tower control, and they were able to make a little bit out of it. And Cephalopressure is going to have a massive push in order to take this out. And there's just members everywhere. There's that junior popping the bubble, which is going to save them for a second, but not if there is another junior on the tower. Vacuum coming out. It's only the Neo once again, and they are going to get taken out very shortly. The wipeout happens, and it's looking pretty good for Cephalopressure. If they can keep this momentum up, they might take the game.
Yeah, this Zip Pass was going to be coming out from Vinny the Luna, trying to get a pick, able to get the Blaster and the Tetras. It's only the Luna, but it's able to get Tower before they're able to get to the second checkpoint. I think with the Luna's AoE, both teams were expecting the, I think the Charger might have been forced to get off of Tower, or might have gotten picked off, because the Luna's able to just be very explosive when it comes out of spawn on the left side.
Yeah.
So, we're going to see...
Yeah, the sheer amount of AoE in that match was insane.
Yeah, I do feel as if Range Blaster does have some niche uses in, like, it feels like a very strong weapon, just in the meta of 3 splashes in a sloshing machine. There's a lot of paint going around, a lot of chip damage with burst bombs, fizzy bombs flying around everywhere, and so in comps like these where you're not seeing as much of that just very safe pressure from a range where the Range Blaster can't really make that much space on its own, I do think that it does have a bit more of a use case. So
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see it.
And I believe this is a play all 3 match, so we're going to be seeing one more game in this set, but Cephalopressure is showing that they're pretty dominant right now. We do see a pretty nice level of coordination from them, it's a secret sauce, my bad. We were seeing a really nice level of coordination from them, but that's not to say that Cephalopressure is doing bad. These games haven't been all that, they haven't been exact blowouts, is what I'm saying. They've been relatively close, and you could see them taking this game 3 if they play their cards right.
Right, both teams were able to get a push towards the second checkpoint. Cephalopressure not quite able to touch it in the overtime push, but Sturgeon Zones was also very close. So I think we'll be seeing another close game here on the third game of this set. So Cephalopressure winning this will help them out in the groups overall. So
yeah. And so it's always good for morale to know that you can take them.
Yeah, of course.
So we're gonna be seeing a Rainmaker on Eeltail, and I'm definitely interested to see what people are gonna run in Rainmaker and how the Rainmaker is gonna be pushed in general, because just I feel like we're gonna see a lot of really just pick up the Rainmaker and go, even if you only get 10 points, just because these teams might not have the level of awareness necessary to think, okay, maybe we should slow down a little bit and wait to get some more control before we pick up the Rainmaker, before we try to run it.
Right, and a lot of what we saw in tower control was a lot of the members of both teams sort of staying around tower instead of getting space in front of it. So I wonder how much of that will be applied in Rainmakers, since some weapons do really well, sort of being nowhere close to Rainmaker and sort of doing a flank, or from an off angle on the other side of the map, where the opponent has to choose to go for the Rainmaker or to get flanked. And those sorts of pushes, if the flanking weapon can hold their own, then those can get to 20. Or even a KO.
100%.
So it's...
Yeah. Even though we don't see those really fast knockouts in Splatoon 3, you can still get the game over really fast despite the checkpoints. Because if you're able to push forward while you just have one person hanging back and popping it, you can still make a lot out of push. It'll only slow you down by 10 seconds or so. And we're gonna head right into it right now.
One main thing to note is once both of the first checkpoints are destroyed, it's pretty much just Rainmaker from Splatoon 1 or Splatoon 2.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be heading into this one with 2 Blasters, Tetra, and an N-Zap on one side, with 2 T-Tex, Gal, and Charge on the other. So the 3 shooters on the side of Cephalopressure is going to create a lot of paint. We're already seeing this in the middle of the stage. And with that Rainmaker pop, there's going to be a lot of space here. This Tetris just has to back up. There's no space for it to function with its teammates. This Zap is going to have a lot of pressure to try to get paint on the ground for its teammates.
Oh yeah, there is just a massive scrap in mid right now as they're fishing for picks. That Tetris finally does go down, but it's anyone's game. 2 down on the side of Secret Sauce, and it looks like Cephalopressure is starting to move up, and it's going to be the Charger about to pick up the Rainmaker, hopefully. And they do, and they're going up top, opting for that left checkpoint, and they have really nice control, and that is a wipeout. You know, like I said, if they can just get one person to hang back and get this pop and start pushing it immediately, they are going to be set and going to get a sizable amount of points on the board.
Yeah, this push isn't done yet. This, in fact, is going to help them move through Bridge, where they otherwise wouldn't be able to. And the Ink Wall, or Splash Wall, able to get it to 14 in the end. Now,
that was
finally able to get a wipe.
Play.
But
yeah.
Yeah, the wall with the Ink back was fantastic.
That's a level of coordination I really did not expect. I'm thoroughly impressed by what Cephalopressure was able to pull off there.
Yeah, but let's not count Secret Sauce out of it just yet. With the Tactical from the N-Zap, we might be seeing something later, but unfortunately they are going to go 3 down, so it's just the Luna alive, and that's going to be a delayed wipe. Just the Tetris, which Vinny is able to get a pick on, so this is going to be Cephalopressure once again trying to take Rainmaker and pull it forward.
Yeah, that 52 Gal is just going up and trying to create some space, using its wall to make sure it can't get easily killed. And this is a pretty good push going for them so far. They've already got the Tetras. Luna Neo might actually come from behind and get the Rainmaker. And they might get another here. They do get 2 down before they eventually go down themselves. But it's only the Tetras left alive on their side. And Cephalopressure is still in the position to get some jumps in. So their push may not be over just quite yet. As a Secret Sauce picks up the Rainmaker, they almost immediately get splatted. A little bit too early to pick that up. But it looks like the push might starting to get fizzled out, as it's only the 52 and one of the T-Techs over there. But it's still anyone's game. But the Rainmaker is reset, forcing them to hang back a little bit and have to push it back up again. But it's just so much happening. They're 3 down still, and the push is still going.
Yeah, we're really seeing ELK Rainmaker happening in its finest here. Until they can get these players out of here, Secret Sauce has to get control of this bridge. Luna finally able to get another pick here. 3 down, just the Charger. They finally have their bridge. Even as the Charger is able to get a pick, this is still a numbers advantage for them, at least until Cephalopressure gets a few more jumps into mid, so they might be able to get a bit more space here. It's a bit difficult too, because these blasters have limited paint. They are going to go 2 down. These Tetras just respawning, range blaster going down, but if they can get this pop, then maybe they'll be able to get a lot more mid control and be able to try to get a bit more of a foothold into their own push.
Yeah, they have a minute and a half left on the board to get all the way to 14, which is no easy feat, and especially without the mid control they have now. That's a beautiful bomb pick from Tifu there. And we just, they're going for it again. They're just not relenting. They're not content with their push, and they want to get more points. We do see some people collapsing the Rainmaker, but they are going to live through that as the Charger helps them out and picks them off. And we see some more comboing here as they are collapsing onto their plat and just trying to... They almost look like they're stalling it right now. They're not really moving it forward all that much, but they might just be waiting for the correct opportunity.
Yeah, I really think that until you can get control where the N-Zap and Tetras are on Secret Sauce's side, this bridge area and then right behind it, then you're not really going to be able to get a consistent push on Eeltail, as they're just able to... oh, wow! They just went right behind the Luna and almost got a push there. Nyx finally able to get a pick there and another before going down themselves. This is this is pretty much a bloodbath in mid, just trying to get a bit of a foothold, but this Charger not going to let up. This AFAC coming in once again, going to be popping Rainmaker, getting a lot of paint here. Tetra has almost no space to move, going to be going down once again, and Zap trying to go in against his T-Tech, but this is really unfortunate.
Yeah, I was just watching that Rainmaker for about 15 seconds just go dodge and weave through the enemies and refuse to die. But right now that Luna Neo is putting in the work with the hammer, getting, I believe that's a triple kill from them. and showing just how much value that hammer can get at its finest. And it's just the charger, but you know, just the charger is an understatement, as their weapon is designed to hold out space, and that is going to be the last game going to Cephalopressure and making it this a 2-1 on the side of Secret Sauce. What a completely different game we've seen there from the rest of them.
Yeah, that was utterly dominant. The Inkvac push twice happening and just not letting the opponent get control of their own bridge. Cephalopressure was really able to just sort of keep Secret Sauce out with just a lot more turf control than we've seen in the previous games.
Yeah, no, that Inkvac, it was so genius. Like, that's something that you would want to pull off even at a higher level. Like, that's just something that you always really enjoy seeing. But you also saw some really funny, you know, might I say, like, quirky little bits, like that amazing hammer from I believe it was Secret Sauce, just going to town and getting a triple. But it's I believe Secret Sauce there was running an anchorless comp, and they weren't able to, like, once Cephalopressure got in an area, it was really hard to get them to give it up, just because that charger did a really good job of staying alive and giving their team jumps and holding the area while they were still respawning and jumping back in. So yeah, that's the, you know, there's just a difference in playstyle, and unfortunately, Secret Sauce was not able to capitalize on that really fast comp they were running.
Right, and teams that generally run a backline will be a bit slower to get in because they only have 3 weapons. They're really able to push forward as far as possible. The charger will be staying back a little more, making sure they can provide safe jumps for the teammates and have a bit more of an overlook of the map. But teams that don't have that sort of anchorage with a large amount of range, they usually try to overwhelm the opponent's backline with specials and with just rushing in and creating space very quickly. And unfortunately, yeah, as we've said, Secret Sauce just wasn't able to make it work on Rainmaker on Eeltail. The charger just has a lot of areas where it can set up here, and the bridge especially is huge to set up on. Many games, even in like mid to high level play, have been decided by a crab tank setting up on the opponent's bridge. So having a charger sitting there, it is very difficult to get it out of position.
You know, now that you mentioned, we haven't seen any grab tanks, which I find fascinating, because you already know that if this was a even like low level comp, if this is that kind of tournament, we'd just be seeing them everywhere, splashes everywhere. But you know, I love to see it. It's really, really refreshing. So
without Splash, there are a lot more comps that you can run in a comp team, or without crab tank rather, because the special can be oppressive at times, but you know, if you don't have to worry about something that's that long range, then there's a lot more that you can do. But you still have to be wary of the opponent's charger, as we just saw.
And with that, yeah, what an amazing set. But with that, we are going to be taking a short little break, and we'll be back at you shortly.
Okay.
Hello and welcome back to Under Pressure's Juniors Draft. We had an amazing first set, and we're getting right back into it right about now. We're still getting to the lobby, but I think I'm pretty excited for this next one. We have High Tier Nobodies versus Secret Sauce, the one that we saw in the last set, and wait. Anyway. What do you predict? We didn't see any crab tanks in that last one, which is definitely a little bit weird. And you know, I'm just just in general, we haven't been seeing very meta picks, which is to be expected from players who might not be as familiar with the meta. But what are your thoughts on these really oddball picks that we've been seeing?
I don't think that. Yeah, so the weapons have definitely been unconventional, but I think that thinking in terms of meta. The meta of a game is really just the things that work best in the top level of play. So you're going to see a lot of discussions with, say, a fighting game about a certain character that has a frame 6 option over a frame 7 option. And so that could be stronger at a top level of play. But in situations like this, then if someone has a lot more experience with a weapon or playstyle than they do of the so-called best option, then it might not be best for them to switch. And they might prefer to just go what's comfortable for them and play at their best with that weapon. Because... yeah.
Case in point, already we see a H3 and an Aerospray, and I believe that is Dapples over there, and Zaps, which aren't weapons that you see a ton at that top level, but you will see them here because that's what might be what the players like, and you know, mechanical skill is so important at this level, and if there's some weapon that you really are in tune with mechanically, it can make a big difference.
Yeah, and there's also, we're seeing a Tacticler on both sides here, so one of the benefits of Tacticler is when you get one from yourself or a teammate, then even if you go down, you're going to have a lot of special saver and quick respawn that's sort of added to your abilities for a short time period. So this will mean that even if you go in with the Tacticler and get splatted, you're going to be able to come right back and jump in with the amount of special that you had before. We're going to be seeing the heavy splatling jump out so they can conserve that special. It is so important for pushing in. So with Tacticler, you can push in not having to worry about that, and that can let your team be much more aggressive. We're seeing a really nice pick from Whack here.
Already, this is a very interesting game with players in really, really weird positions, but that's just kind of how Clamblitz goes at a lower level. You know, doesn't have in tower, you kind of know where to push because you can just follow the tower line, and Rainmaker, there's general pass. But in Clamblitz, the world is your oyster, or should I say your clam, and you have to get clams, you have to get turf control, you have to get specials, and there's just so much that can be overwhelming, and positioning might fall to the wayside as you're just trying to get anything that you can. We already saw Calamari Bonfire try to get a clam in, but they didn't have quite the control that they needed. But they're still holding the mid really well, and they might get a push out if they play their cards right.
Yeah, one of the big things of Clamblitz is it is the clam spawn throughout the entire map, so its objective is the most spread out of any mode except for Turf War. And I've heard a friend say that it's essentially just Turf War until you can get clams for a push, because there is so much space that you have to get in mid, waiting for these clams to spawn until you can get 20 clams like Calamari Bonfire has here to try to get a push, and they have to get the Splatana, and they're getting a Wavebreaker out for it, and able to get a few picks. There are 2 down, but they're able to get the ball in just before the Splatana goes down. They're trying to get a stamp in, getting a pick, might get this other, they were able to get the H3, might be able to put in these clams, but have to throw that stamp, not quite going to be able to get much more of a push here.
Even though they weren't able to get the clams, and that amazing stamp play did buy their team time to get back into mid, and so the pressure is still on. You're not quite out scot-free yet if you're high tier nobodies. And we just see them, they still have 13 clams on the board. A little bit less now that their heavy splatling got splatted, but it's still their game right now, and they do have so much control. There's one on their glass. There's a really important place to be if you're trying to set up a push. But they are 2 down. The heavy goes down, or that was the Dapples there went down, and we might see a few more picks here as high tier nobodies is going to start to get back in.
Yeah, H3 tries to put down a caterpillar, but just a bit too forward, going to be picked off by Calamari Bonfire. Splat, so this Splatana Wiper trying to go up, able to get a pick here, and just going to be creating a lot more space in mid. The Zap trying to move up with that, just getting a lot more pressure onto high tier nobodies. They're finding less and less space to move around, and the Splatling's able to take advantage of that, getting two. This is going to be their push, potentially, with these 12 clams. The one pie finally getting a ball and going to be able to score it just before going down to Senor of Me. Going to be a trade here, and a lot more clams put into the opponent's basket.
Yeah, it's the push. It's seeming to die off right now as they have no clams on the board, but and it's only the Zap left. But this is going to be high tier nobody's time to get in as far as they can. While the basket's still open, and just set up as much as they can for a retaliation push. 50 is a really good push in Clemens, especially for this level of play, as it takes a lot of coordination to keep those that basket open for such a long period of time, and with the amount of clams that you need to get there in the first place. But it looks like Calamari Bonfire is starting to get back in. They're not letting up, and they are not satisfied with that 50 points, and are looking to make it a bit more. They do break the basket once again.
Yeah, it's a real challenge for high tier nobodies to try to get in here. H3 going to be dropping down with a splatter shot surely behind it. The Airspire trying to go in from the right side on that off angle, but just going to be punished for that on the side of high tier nobodies. They're still trying to get a push here, but Calamari Bonfire is just going back into mid, getting so many more clams, able to get so many points just before the time goes out. That was almost claustrophobic.
Yeah,
they did not give high tier nobodies a chance to breathe in that game.
Yeah, no, that's exactly the kind of energy what you see in Clan Blitz. You know, you can play defensively for short periods of time, and especially if you have a massive lead near the end. But if you only have a point, like a 50-point push is doable, and so you're going to be able to. If you just keep on pushing, their penalty is gonna be worn down more and more, and they're gonna get closer to KO. And you're also just holding mid and making sure that even if they do start to get themselves put back together, it's gonna take them a while to get to your basket, and it's not gonna be quite one and done.
Right, and one thing that was really interesting there was I think you see it a lot more in lower level play, but special coordination is so important to get space in front of a clam basket long enough for your teammates to get clams. But in lower level, you're not going to see that special coordination be as clean and as seamless as you will in higher level. So the thing that really separates a push of a single power clam and like maybe one additional one to pushes like what Calamari and Bonfire were able to do is really just those picks. If you're able to get 1v1s and win them in this level, then it's going to give you a lot more of an opportunity to push in, because yeah, there just won't be an opponent to try to contest basket.
Yeah. So that was round one. Round two is going to be Splat Zones and Mako Mart, which is an absolute classic. I don't think most people don't have anything bad to say about it. It's just such a, like I said, it's a classic. It's balanced. You can make almost anything work on it, and it's just kind of fun to play in those on the stacks and through the breakfasts, and just real. It's not milquetoast per se, but it's definitely it's inoffensive. It's a very inoffensive pick.
Right. There are a lot of areas for weapons that are both tried and true, like the Splash-O-Matic, the Sloshing Machine, to work well here, but also weapons like the Vanilla Slosher, with a lot of the stacks being very prevalent in the area below the top right side where backlines often enjoy sitting. There are a lot of areas for backlines to sort of move up and create a lot more pressure than on maps like Mahi, which we'll be seeing later on, where there are really just one or two areas to set up. And there are, of course, a lot of areas that are a bit flatter but have a lot more cover, where midliners like to shine. So we're going to be seeing two Splatana Wipers on one side here, with a Dapple on both teams. This is going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, no, that's a really, really fast-paced comp, especially with that tactical lure coming out from the H3. And so you just got fast-paced aggression, double torpedo, double hammer, and just like basically you've got There's so much aggression on that team, but if they get wiped, they're gonna have a lot. You're gonna have a lot easier time pushing that team out of position versus a team with a backline like Calamari Bonfire has, which might be where they could succeed here. But if there's a mode where the game's gonna come close, it's definitely gonna be on Splat zones. It takes a lot less coordination than Clamblitz, because your objective isn't the entire map, and it's really more clear on where you're positioned. But it's still not a free game by any means.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Whack just sort of go wild here in mid, just picking off a lot of higher tier nobodies. They're going in just a little bit too early. Ren able to take right stack very aggressively. This position is very scary for a Splatling, able to get a trade finally, but trades in this situation are just beneficial for Calamari Bonfire, as their teammates are able to take advantage of the paint that was created by both members being felled and just capitalize on that, picking off one by one these members of high tier nobodies, trying to go in with the stamp, but it's not going to be enough. The Splatana being alone on right side with its H3, not going to be able to get in. That was a fast game.
Yeah, that was. It looks like high tier nobodies had the zone for just a little bit, but once Calamari Bonfire sunk their teeth and they refused to let it go, and it just seemed like high tier nobodies didn't quite have the level of coordination to work together and get their specials up to break into the zone. And with that backline there, it is going to be hard to get in. The heavy Splatling is not going to give up territory very easily, and if you don't have the specials and if you're not taking fights wisely, it is going to be very difficult, especially on splat zones.
Yeah, and I think that Makamart is also a map that either way that you go forward, if you go on left side, then there's this stack, which is a height difference, and if you go on right side, then there's a very clear drop, and it's much harder to paint before you drop down on right side if opponents are sort of pressuring that area, and on the stack, which has the height difference, it's going to be hard to deal with the fall off from the opponents. So I think that especially in a lower level, it's going to be very difficult to get back in on Makamart, almost as oppressive as something like a Wahoo World. But we're going to be going on to round 3, Tower Mahi Resort. We don't see this one often in many tournament map lists, but it's definitely an interesting map.
Yeah. At a lower level, you're really not going to notice its flaws as much if you're not, more as in tune to the game. But once you get onto the plat with the tower, it's going to be really, really hard as a defender to get the tower out of your base. You're fighting an even playing field, and that the tower just gets so close to the spawn that if you're doing what you should be doing and controlling the area in front of the tower, you're going to be able to get up into the spawn and be able to basically set up a complete spawn camp, which is really, really difficult for inexperienced teams to get out of. So hopefully we don't see that. Hopefully see a really nice back and forth balanced match, but with how that last one went, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, this map, I don't think that tower control on Mahi Mahi is as oppressive as something like Rainmaker, where it can end in genuinely, I have seen so many 30-second games of this as a Twitter clip. But tower control, you have to move with the pace of the tower, which is a much slower pace than something like the Rainmaker. And so there's a lot more time that either team on disadvantage will have to try to push out the opposing team, finally get a wipeout, and try to take control of mid before they respawn. So I think that the back and forth is very possible here, but it is much more difficult to push through mid than it is to push through the enemy spawn on Mahi Mahi Resort. And so it's really anyone's game, but once they get that initial push started, it might start seeming like it's a snowball.
We'll see. We see high tier nobody's opting to run a, I believe that is a splash shot there, and the arrow spray that has been, not a splash shot, a charger, and the ever-present arrow spray in this tournament is once again coming back out. But it doesn't look like Calamari Bonfire has made too many changes to their comp. We've seen all these weapons from them before.
Yeah, this Splat Charger is definitely a new pick from high tier nobodies. I think it might be here to try to contest this range that we've been seeing from Calamari Bonfire's heavy Splatling. Seeing a pick from the Sage Tree, almost getting another one, but Wax able to just maneuver around them and pick them off. They were already extremely weak from that prior engagement. Yeah, and this is going to be a 3v3, but Hydra Nobody's just saying, I'm going to take the tower.
Yeah, like I said, it's hard to be patient and say, no, we need to wait until we have control, but that's not something, like, Calamari Bonfire just kind of made it work here, getting control as they were getting onto the tower, and now that heavy setup, it's going to be really difficult, and we might start seeing Snowball. The water level is about to drop, and that means that all the high ground is gone, and that we are starting to get onto that plat that we were talking about, and this could be a very snowbally situation from here on out.
Yeah, we're seeing this Wavebreaker come out. We're seeing the Ultra Champ coming from left. They're already 2 down on High Tier Nobodies, the H3 and the Spray. Just a bit too disconnected from the tower. Not going to be able to get on in time, and that is really what we were talking about. This map, sometimes you can have a game end from 30 seconds. You had mid, you went down once, and then suddenly that's game.
Yeah, no, very, very dominant play in all 3 games from Calamari Bonfire. Congratulations to them as they earn themselves a fat 3-0.
That was very impressive. I'm excited to see where Calamari Bonfire will be going in the rest of this tournament. But because it is round robin, all these teams that we're seeing will be playing against everyone in their group, and I think it's going to be the top 1 or top 2 from each of them that go into the elimination brackets. So we might be seeing a few of these teams from groups go on to potentially semifinals or even finals.
You always love to see some familiar faces in the bracket stage. It allows you to build some nice little storylines there. But yeah, that was an incredibly dominant play once again. And once again, we were talking about seeing some weird comps, and some weird comps we did see. That H3 was ever present. We saw double Lifer comp, which is never something I ever thought I would see. And what else did we see there? We saw the Golden Arrow Spray, which, like we said, is pretty powerful when aim isn't nearly as important, and your opponents are gonna be missing more of their shots. Yeah, that was
I think.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're okay. I've done a few coaching of even teams that have played in low ink, and one thing that I see a lot of is just a few teams try to go in before they have specialist coordinates, and dying in disadvantage is a lot more painful than getting splatted in neutral, just because you have so much more time before you're able to get that next wave breaker, that next ink back. Even that next reach slider, though I don't know how much that would help. And so there's going to be it's going to be much stricter to try to get out of your base if you don't have those specialists to move in, because it's really just your own main weapon and sub weapon, which if you don't have that much paint control won't be as effective against the opponents, which first have been getting paint since you've been splatted, and second, by getting that paint, they have their own specials to work with. So yeah. Disadvantage is typically much harder to get out of for any team than prolonging a push into something that's even more of a snowball effect.
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely looking forward to more amazing Splatoon action after this break. But first, IPL's Oceania tournament is here with its January edition. Refresh Round 14 is happening on Saturday, January 14th at 5 p.m. AEDT, 7 a.m. CET, 1 a.m. EST, with registration open now. This edition is eligible for Oceanic Series seeding with a format aimed towards all skill levels. If you're from Oceania and looking for a tournament to play, or you're planning to participate in the Oceanic Series, give Reach Rushdown a try. And with that, we will go to a break. See y'all soon.
Hello, and welcome back to Under Pressure Junior Draft Cup. I am once again Echo, joined by Leaf, and we are coming back with the third round of Round Robin. This is going to be going right into it, and we're going to be seeing Explosion, Splashmatic, Inkbrush, Nouveau, and Dapple on the side of father figures, while Splat Squad has a leader. Splat, Bully, and Slosh. Pretty conventional comp here. Immediately though, Splat Squad is the other team, my apologies. They're immediately going to be taking Rain, getting 3 down on the side of father figures, almost taking checkpoint, and the last one's that's going to be the checkpoint, not even 30 seconds going by.
Some habits die hard, and Rainmaker being obscenely fast is definitely one of those. They just breakneck speed. They're already in their plat. They just keep running, and they just didn't quite have the reaction time to just realize that the Rainmaker was making a big break for it, and to get them in time. And so now it's just like less than a minute. We are at 50 seconds, and they are already pushed up all the way to 18, which is not a lead to sneeze at. 2 are down on the side of Splat Squad, which definitely does mark the end of their push, but it's going to be an uphill battle from here if they hope to take this round.
Yeah, especially since we're already seeing 2 down again on the side of father figures. It's going to take a lot of manpower for them to try to push back into mid. Finally able to get a bit more of a main advantage, but this crab tank coming in from Splat Squad's own Splashmatic is going to make it so once again the Squelchers are the only one alive, having to back up as fast as possible, not going to get out of the brush's sight, and Splashmatic going to be dropping down here, but their teammates still up front, getting a lot of space on their spinner, and a lot of space that father figures will have to try to take back later in the game.
These are the first Splashmatics we've seen all tournament so far, at least on the stream, and they're just proving why this weapon is so common. That crouching was incredibly clutch, the main weapon is good, and the burst bomb is a force to be reckoned with, but right now on Splat Squad there's only the Explosion left alive, and if they get picked, it's going to be an effective wipe, which means that father figures is going to have a chance to push it back in and maybe get the checkpoint, maybe a little bit more if they're lucky.
Yeah, and once again, but we still have to watch on the left side. There's already the Brush and the Dapple from Splat Squad going to be trying to take this flank, but it's not going to be enough as the E-Leader just says, I'm going to go from mid, jump over where you can't reach me with your range, and then go to the checkpoint. They did go down though, and now it's a bit more of a contest for who has control of mid, but that was still the first checkpoint, and that is the first step to getting to that very formidable push of 18 the Splat Squads got earlier in the first minute.
Yeah, that jump is fantastic if you can land it, and getting the checkpoint is so huge for them because that means that if they have a good push, they don't need to stop and get it popped. They can just go ahead and get right on into it and just try to score as many points as they can before their push gets stopped. But right now, it looks like it's still on the side of Splat Squad with 2 members down on Father Figures, and the Splash is still just going at it, bullying the Rainmaker. It does get taken down, and that's 2 members down the side of Splat Squad, but they still have a lot of control. But that control is relinquished, and we're going to be seeing them, the Rainmaker, push forward and try to get some more points.
Yeah, that was a really nice direct on the Dapple. They were staying in mid for a lot longer than I expected, but this is going to be 3 down. This might be their chance. If the Splash isn't able to get through mid fast enough, they're able to take the lead, and oh my god, that's Rainmaker.
How the tables turn, my goodness. That's some people complain about Rainmaker being like that, but I think it makes for some really entertaining sets where you're on the edge of your seat the entire time, because if one team gets the advantage, it's like that split second that it's ending the game. It's a fantastic push there from Father Figures, and that is round 1.
It's also just really paradigm of the game where no matter how far the opponent has pushed, if they do not knock out, the game is not over, and you still have a chance. You still have this fighting ability to make a push that bests what they were able to do to you, and Father Figures was able to do that to Splat Squad, and we'll be seeing on Clan Blitz Inkblot if Splat Squad is able to have a bit more of a defense against what Father Figures might be throwing out against them, or if their push will be so overpowering that they'll be able to knock out. But since it's Clan Blitz, that might not be happening. Who knows?
Yeah. Clan Blitz is a really make or break mode, just because all that coordination can mean nothing if you're not, past a certain point. It's so difficult and but really, really fun to try to figure out. And we're going to see here who is going to be able to see when they have really nice opportunities to push, and who's going to hesitate a little bit more, and who's going to have the map control and who isn't. Here, it's as we get into it real soon.
Right, and one big thing about Clam is that I don't think we've touched on earlier is that with Splat Zones, you really just have to look at the zone and be aware of which team has zone. On Tower Control, same idea of where is the tower and where is it pushing, as well as Rainmaker. But Clan Blitz, you have to be aware of all of the clams on the map. How many clams the opponents have, as opposed to yourself. Who is holding any power clams, whether you have a power clam, and how that affects your own fights. So there are a lot more things to be aware of and keep track of that can seem a little bit overwhelming for people who haven't had that many
much experience.
Yeah, essentially. So if they haven't been in as many tournaments or played as a team together, then calling out things like the Splatling has their power clam, then it's going to be a lot more intricate to try to deal with all of these moving parts of the game, while also trying to keep your own mechanics in mind.
We see we see the double slash coming out from Father Figures. They've tasted victory, and they do not want to let it up with that comp. We also see the ballpoint, which is not a weapon you see very often. As its kit is not really favored for the weapon. And on the side of Splat Squad, Splat Squad, we have a really fast comp that's not going to be pulling any punches there. At least with Father Figures, you do have that backline, but they've traded their backline for all the aggression in the world as they hope to get some really bombshell pushes, I'd imagine.
Yeah, but you still have to be wary of none of your teammates really have that much range, so this ballpoint, these crab tanks are going to be oppressive if you don't have a crab tank of your own, and this is reminding me of peak Splatoon 3. Crab tank v crab tank, both of them going down. Still going to be Splat Squad that has most control of mid here, has 7 clams right now, going to be getting up to 10. just trying to keep control of mid for as long as possible so that they're able to make this push into a big one. They're already 2 down, so this might be their chance.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a great set, especially with that Reef Slider getting them right in. They do try to throw the clam off of that, but or they do end up getting the clam stripped away from them at the end of the Reef Slider, but they still got it in. That Bib Webbler is in a really good spot, which means give them a spot to back off to and a spot for their teammates to always have a guaranteed jump into. But it looks like their push is starting to fizzle out as all the members of Splat Squad are getting pushed off, except for that Splash-O-Matic who was in their base and still able to score clams. Disable got to him before it ended up being sniffed out and gotten rid of. But the timer is still ticking, even though there is only one member on the side of Splat Squad, which means that Father Figures has a good amount of time to try and take back mid and figure out a game plan for how they are going to beat that 50-point push right off the bat.
Yeah, and we're seeing that they're not immediately taking the pity clam, that is the power clam that spawns on your side right under your goal after the opponent has a push. And I do like that they're leading it there for just a little bit because it does reveal your location, and that can be very important for, say, hiding against this crab tank coming out from Splat Squad. You might, oh, they still got a pick on the splash though, and another one. There's still 3 down. This might be another push coming out from Splat Squad if they don't waste any time here with this aggression. Already getting the brush, and this is a staggered attempt at trying to go in. This might be their chance.
They do end up missing that power clam. That brush went in and just waited a little bit too long. There's 2 power clams on the field right now, but both of them are rapidly disappearing. And we see this push attempt fizzle right out. But they still have mid control. Splat Squad is not giving up yet, and they do end up getting a second or a third power clam attempt to run it in, but end up running right face first into a crab.
Yeah, and we're seeing, especially against a comp like Splat Squads, where you have pretty much all the longest range you have here is the Splash-O-Matic and the crab tank that the Splash also has. So for Father Figures, the main game plan here is to try to space them out with the ballpoints range, with the crab tank's range. But you still need to find a way in, and I think the answer for them is that brush to try to get them off guard. But with the DPS of all of their weapons, and with all of this ping control, it's going to be difficult, especially as they just are relentlessly going in time after time with these power clams into Father Figures' plat. So they're not letting them have a chance to breathe.
Yeah, no breathing room. It's really gonna. It looks like it's getting them kind of not hasty, but like they don't have time to make a game plan. No time to think, no time to breathe, and they're just going down one by one, not having a chance to maybe unify a push as the ballpoint also gets caught off guard by a bomb. Doing what a junior does best, and looks like they might have another chance to push if that crab once that crab runs out.
Yeah, but the crab is able to get a pick on the Dapple. Might be able to get another one here. Able to get the trade with their teammate. Unfortunately, going down to the bomb. But they weren't able to look at the flank from right side. That Bat's not going to let them go. The Dapple still might be behind them as the timer slowly ticks down. They just decide to go back into mid. They didn't have any plans for a follow-up. But that's still going to be chipping away at the opponent's at their own penalty to maybe get some points later on, but it seems like with the time only being 30 seconds left, Father Figures doesn't have that much time. They're trying to go in now, but able to get 3 down. This might be their push.
Yeah, you see 1 super clam. They have the pity ready. They have 6 clams, but they do go down one by one, and they don't have that many clams on the board left. With only 10 seconds left and the duration of the clam basket to make a push, the only person up is their brush, who is currently just running for their life, trying to make it. And they are taken out. That's the only one person up is the Splash, and I do not think they will be able to make a clam and get it in the 20 seconds that they have. And that is game.
Yeah, that's going to be a 1-1 right now. It's still anyone's game for the third, but I do think that the idea of just not letting the opponent have a chance to really collect themselves is very powerful in a lower level situation like this, because teams aren't going to be able to get back into the middle of the stage as quickly as a team that's more coordinated. Or a team that's played with each other for a lot longer. This is still a draft cup, so many of these players have only had a few weeks with each other, even if they've been doing practice up until this point. So they're not going to be able to make full capitalization of the opponent being 2 down after they've just made a push. And so as soon as you respawn, just being able to jump to your teammate in mid and keeping up that pressure has shown that Splat Squad still has a fighting chance here.
Yeah, and even if you do make some push attempts when you're in the lead that far, there's no real consequences as long as you're careful to make sure you don't get wiped. Like, as long as you have the mid control and the ability to make a push, you can always go for it. And if you get half wiped out, as long as you have a person who's just making sure they aren't getting kills, you can just jump right back into them and continue on your merry little way, getting specials and maintaining mid control. And also getting ever closer to securing a guaranteed win with a knockout. And that's something that's very crucial, because in a lower level, a lot of teams do end up turtling up and just setting, okay, let's just play it safe, we have the lead, but just putting that constant pressure is so powerful, as demonstrated here by Splat Squad.
Right, and we're going to be seeing on Zone's Brine Water that the concept of just having a strong defense is very important here, as there is going to be that sort of area that you can walk over into zone, the choke, right before you start getting into the opponent's base. That is really the last line of defense before you're completely getting spawn camped on this map. But it is so difficult to get that control for your side attacking the opponent. But we're seeing the Splash just flank on left, immediately getting pressure here. The Dapple going to be trying to go into the opponent's backline and maybe get a pick on them, or at least displace them long enough for Father Figures to be able to recapture zone.
Yeah, this is a map where range is king, and you definitely see that here reflected in their comps. These teams that have both run anchorless, or at least somewhat close to anchorless, are both running an Explosher and a Hydro Splatling respectively. And we already see the team with the Hydro Splatling, Father Figures, are starting to come out on top here with that mid control, and that Booyah Bomb that the Hydro Splatling gives is going to be really good. They also have that Crab and that Machine, which are both fantastic weapons. The Machine's able to poke people even on the platform mid really effectively, and that Crab is going to be able to lock out mid for as long as possible. And so Father Figures does end up taking the lead, but they are pushed back out just briefly by Splat Squad, as 2 of the members of Father Figures end up going down.
Yeah, it's really just the back and forth here until either team can get full control of their choke. The Duelist coach is trying to go in, but a bit too early. Their teammates either being down or on different parts of the map. We're seeing the Splash here trying to drop down, but just not able to do that much, as they're punished for dropping down without paint. And now the Splash on Splat Squad is finally trying to get into this position with the Dapple, trying to throw a torpedo on the Hydra. There's a lot more pressure coming out here, and Father Figures is having a bit of trouble trying to hold this area, but the Wavebreaker might help them, as the Splash is finally able to get hit. They're getting that Booyah Bomb, have that Crab ready, so this is going to be a really big contest. Mine going off with the Crab, but not before they are able to recapture the zone.
Yeah, Father Figures has a slight advantage here, but there were a few specials ready on the side of Splat Squad, like that Incrane that is going to be putting a good amount of pressure on mid, and does end up getting a Splat there. Very interesting. And the timer is ticking down. Splat Zones doesn't take a long time to KO, even though it moves very slowly, and sometimes you feel a bit impatient. We see a Booyah Bomb coming out in the mid, even though there are people rushing onto the plat, which is something that, you know, if you see that timer taken down, you're going to panic, but it's much more important to focus on people who might be contesting you than a Booyah Bomb that won't even contest the zone.
Yeah, and especially in this choke of Brine Water, this is the area that you want the Crab Tank to be, the Splash, to just hold this area for as long as possible. But now they're just going back into mid to try to paint it up as much as possible. They're only 13 ticks away from getting zone. They do not want to lose zone now. These 2 Booyah Bombs coming out with the Wavebreaker, able to get this Splash-O-Matic. Only the Flings are trying to get missiles, able to get 2, but they might not be able to recapture zone before the Splash is able to get it for Father Figures. This is not going to be the end of this set for them. They are going to be fighting until the end.
Yeah, that's a big fat penalty that Splat Squad is going to have to get through before they do guarantee that knockout, which gives Father Figures just a little bit of time to breathe, a little bit of time to recuperate themselves. But Splat Squad is getting a little bit greedy for picks here, as they do rush in against a 2v1. And You know, we see Father Figures popping out specials, trying to maintain control as it's just a big fight in mid to see if they can paint the zone and get a penalty applied back to Father Figures.
Yeah, we're seeing one go down on the side of Splat Squad. Down 2 with the Reach Slider coming out. There's so much lag on the Reach Slider that they're also going to be going down. It's just going to be this X-Blosher on the side of Splat Squad. And even though it does have a lot of paint that it can get from a very safe distance, we're seeing it get almost a third of zone from every slosh right now. Without its teammates being alive, it's not able to get enough control to hold zone. But its teammates now being up with this missile coming out from the Fling Roller, it's able to get a pick on the Slushy and on the Squelchers. They might be able to get a bit more control here and hold it until the knockout.
Yeah, the X-Slosher was proving exactly why it's so popular in zones. Even though it was a 1v2 there, it was able to hold the zone and make sure the points did not tick down until the team got back up. And it's Father Figure is starting to sweat here. They only have a few more seconds, and that is knockout.
Yeah, I think that on the paint contest between X-Blosher and Hydra Splatling, X-Blosher definitely wins that by a mile on Blindwater's zone, just because it's able to get so much of a pressure there, while Hydra has a lot more time that it needs to charge up before exerting a lot of pressure at once. And both of them are very strong on this map, but I think as far as getting that paint control and I think it was much more important for Father Figures to try to get Splat Squad's X-Blosher out of that position, but they just weren't able to get far enough into Splat Squad's base to really pressure the X-Blosher away from painting zone, and I think that's what settled the game between them.
Yeah, no, very, very dominant play from Splat Squad there. It's you know, they kind of proved that, you know, if you can make it work on Rainmaker, you might not be able to make it work in other places, which just proves how varied these game modes can be, where, you know, a team that is really making a great, doing a great job, or getting a lead in Rainmaker might not be able to manage as well on a game mode where you have to have much longer sustained pushes instead of one little breakaway.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that with Splat Zones, one of the things that we saw a lot of in the Clan Blitz game from Splat Squad was just their ability to hold mid and constantly pressure the other sides, like Father Figures' own side of the base. So that happened a lot in Zones Blindwater as well, where they just, if you're able to hold mid and push into it very effectively, then Zones and Clams will probably be your stronger modes as a team. And in tournaments that have counter picks, then these might be maps to consider, or modes rather.
100%. Yeah, so we are going to be going to a short break. That was the end of our group stage. And, well, yeah, we're going to give our wonderful TO some time to seed during a short break. But before that, Splatoon Stronghold is a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. The Stronghold is on the mission to make competitive Splatoon more accessible than ever before. To find out more, check out their website at SplatoonStronghold.com or follow them on Twitter at SPLStrong. So, yep, that is going to be break. We will see y'all shortly for our first sets of bracket. Hello and welcome back to Under Pressure's Junior Draft Cup. We are here finally in bracket. Gonna see some amazing matches of all the best of the best in this wonderful tournament. I am Weef and I'm here with Echo. Echo, what are your thoughts? Are you excited?
Definitely. This is going to be. We've seen a lot of teams in the round robin set. This is going to be the elimination bracket, and after this is completed, we will have a group of 4 members that have won the tournament. So really excited to see which teams, which comps will be interacting against each other to try to vie for that title of winner. Until then, we'll be here to capture every single moment. So yeah, very excited to see all these rank modes coming right out of the sweet versus sour versus spicy Splatfest.
Right now we have Dragonfruit versus Road Rage. Certainly going to be an exciting match. All these teams have risen to the cream of their crop in their round robin group and are going to be a bit of, it's going to be fierce competition. They're probably all roughly on the same level, so we're starting to see some really close matches, some interesting comps like we've been seeing earlier. And we're going to get started on Eeltail Tower Control.
Yeah, we've seen Eeltail earlier in this tournament in the group stage. With Tower on Eeltail, though, it's going to be another instance of the bridges being very important to hold, to keep control of in order to get these pushes, but you have to wait for the tower to push in. It's not as explosive as Rainmaker, and because of that, we might be seeing a E-leader double Hydra.
I love to see it.
To slow the other team, but we might be seeing Old Man Yowie on the undercover umbrella to try to counter these Hydras. This is going to be a ride. Oh my.
As a Hydra main myself, I love to see it. It's always great to see. And we do see the undercover, which is a weapon that you don't really see that often because it just has it falls behind in a comp setting. But here, and where players are going to be a little bit less experienced, it's going to be really good against countering shooters and one-on-ones. But we do see that roller get a very nice level right off the start. Another kill. It's only the undercover left alive, and they are going to get this first checkpoint here with the big bubble on the tower. 2 Hydras is going to be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, it seems like the basic strategy here is to have the Zap paint the roller to actually get picks, which it was able to get 3 just then, and then the Hydras to just compete with a lot of space, because that E-leader, if you have just 1 Hydra, the E-leader knows where the Hydra is and can outrange it, pressure it out of an area slowly. But if you have 2 Hydras, that's not as much of a thing. They can only have their laser on one of those 2. So this is going to be a really big push with the NZAP able to get to someone behind the tower with the undercover right in front of it. The road's going to go down, but the Zap able to get a trade here. They might be able to start getting checkpoint. I don't know how long they'll be here though.
Yeah, no, the advantage of having that Hydra there is that it's gonna, it can set up in a position where it can still affect the game, but it's also not gonna likely get down itself. And when you have 2 of them, it means that even if, one of them goes down, you still have another piece of insurance there and that you won't get caught out. But this one does get caught out by that Reef Slider from that undercover as they start to go into a really interesting matchup where that Hydra is going to be trying to get them out, and they do end up backing out. Now, this is Road Rage getting their first push off here. Dragonfruit is 2 down, so it's a really nice situation for them. But the V-Dualies, they have that crab that's going to help counteract that Hydra, because Hydra doesn't shred crab super easily, and even though they have 2 of them, it's also going to out-damage it. It's going to be able to shoot it behind walls, and it's just not a favorable matchup. And right now, it is only the E-leader left on the team. They do end up jumping out and is trying to salvage any special charge that they had.
Yeah, we are seeing the sort of flaw of having multiple backliners on your team that it can be very difficult to get back in if your roller, if your Zap goes down and the opponent gets a lot of space, because there isn't as much area for your Hydra to set up. But in a neutral situation like this, then your Hydra, your roller can move around a lot more to get a huge amount of space against this undercover, against all of these weapons that are outranged, able to get through the checkpoint, getting the lead here. The roller trying to move up against the T-Tech here, almost able to get a pick, finishing off what their Hydra wasn't quite able to do initially. Now it's just going to be the undercover. This might be their push to at least this checkpoint, maybe the KO.
Yeah, the undercover was gonna go on the side and try to stall there, but they end up getting picked off. And Road Rage is really panicking and just, they're really panicking and just trying to get in any way they could, but it ended up just going in and getting killed one by one, and that did end up Dragonfruit getting the KO, getting the first game of this set, and setting themselves up, and they're probably feeling pretty good about themselves with their amazing double Hydra comp.
Out of anything to see in the first game of Top Cuts, that, like, if it was just double Hydra, if it was just undercover, my mouth would have dropped, like my jaw would have dropped. But, oh my gosh, that was not expected. But I do appreciate that Dragonfruit was able to keep the aggression there with the roller and Zap able to just recognize that their lives are very important on the advantage, and only going for fights that they know that their Hydra is able to crossfire with. And I think that's what really pushed them through to the final checkpoint. I think we also saw a lot of positioning with either Hydra. They're a lot more aggressive than you would see if a team only had a single Hydra Splat lane. And I think they sort of have to do that unless they really run the flaws of having two weapons that are sort of sitting back and sort of competing for each other's roles.
Hydra can play no, it's not exactly ideal, but Hydra can play a bit more aggressively. You know, you're firing a massive laser of death, super high DPS, one of the highest DPS weapons in the game once it's fully charged, and one of the longest range weapons in the game. And Yelltail being a very narrow map means that if you have two Hydras positioned at like approximately the same area, there is no way that unless you fumble it, that there's gonna be somebody getting through. It's seriously a lot of control, and it would they're very, very vulnerable to displacement. But when you're running against a comp that doesn't have displacement, it just ends up dominating. And they also would struggle getting in, but they didn't seem to struggle with that too much in this first game.
Right, and there was initially this the one time that Road Rage was able to push in, it seemed like it was going to be a push in their favor, but then the Hydra just slipped past and got on tower. So I think on Rainmaker Sturgeon, it's going to be another one of those instances of just make sure they don't slip out when you're trying to make a push. Make sure that the objective still stays very much with you, that you're not caught off guard by a roller, and to, essentially just trying to keep all of your bases covered with awareness and take the victory from that. So we're going to get right into this game and see who will be able to dominate. Road Rage still needs to make sure that Dragonfruit doesn't win the set so easily.
They're sticking with their guns. They do trade out the NZAP for the 52, which is interesting because Tacticaler is really good in Rainmaker. It's one of the few modes where it really is able to shine. But Old Man Yowie is still absolutely on that undercover, and they still have the V-Dualies, and basically, essentially the same comp over there on that side.
Yeah, we're seeing an early pop of the Rainmaker for Dragonfruit, but on the right, Road Rage already has this dually, able to get a pick on one of the Hydras, the other one already having taken Rainmaker. Oh, wait, no, the roller took Rainmakers. Both Hydras are still just alive. The Restarter are coming in on the left with the undercover, getting a lot more space in mid. This might be a push, but they still need to take into account that these Hydras are sitting back. They have these charges fully done, and they need to have an answer for that, but it seems to be the Sloshing Machine coming on right, able to get both of them, as now they're forced to be on respawn. These Gal and Roller forces go to Snipe to try to stop this push before it gets to be a snowball.
Yeah, it could really end up snowballing here, especially with that left route being so protected. If you're not set up there, once the bridge comes down, you could see yourself knocked out pretty soon. We do see 3 down on the side of Dragonfruit with only that roller left, and they're still coming out of spawn, and it looks like Road Rage is trying to run it to that checkpoint in the court, which is a bit riskier, but when the coast is clear like that, there is no problem taking that.
Yeah, and we're seeing both of these Hydras are very out in the open, and this leader is going to take advantage of that. That's Booyah Bomb just being thrown at the leader to say, I'm not wanting you right here. Please move back, and thank you. But this machine, not quite on the left side where the Booyah Bomb was initially thrown. Hydra just jumping in, but it's still very unsafe, trying to move the Rainmaker forward, but not with that sloshing there. It's not going to be able to move through as it goes down, and this Rio Bomb might try to make a bit more of momentum for Road Rage.
Even though we see that 52 getting a nice double, we are seeing the problems of running 2 Hydras on a team. They are having a lot of trouble getting back in. They haven't pushed it into the enemy's base at all. They're still sitting at 100 points on the score there, and they're just trying to rely on that 52. They are going to end up going for Plat, or their Cord, but they do end up getting caught out a little bit early as their team wasn't quite there to back them up yet.
Yeah, it's really important to try to get a push that can very safely get to this first checkpoint. You at least want something that you don't completely wipe trying to get there and not even getting that checkpoint. Because if you wipe before getting it, then it just means that you have a situation like this where oh no! You get a delayed wipe as all of them are just trying to get as far as possible with the Rainmaker, already getting it to 44, might be able to get it a lot farther as these Hydras are still having to wait to charge. This Gal is alone trying to get this Rainmaker, only doing so when it's 16 left.
Yeah, no, 2 minutes on the score, or 2 minutes on the timer, with the checkpoint still active for Dragonfruit, means that they're going to have a really hard time taking this back, but it's still possible. Especially if they get set up in mid and are able to use those Hydras to their advantage and lock them out. But this Undercover is just going and being a thorn in their side, doing what Undercover does best, and just taking 1v1s and are able to take it out with the stall out with the shield. This Roller just going in, trying to get picks, but it looks like they're going to get stuck up behind them again. The 2 Hydras are going to end up taking out the Rainmaker, though, stopping that push that could have ended up really badly in its tracks.
Yeah, and we're now going to be seeing Dragonfruit just trying to take a little bit more mid control with these Hydra Splat lanes, trying to get this Hydra, or this E-Leader displaced, maybe with a Booyah Bomb, maybe with a Bubbler to make the area temporarily safe against it, so that they're able to push this Rainmaker to the checkpoint. The Dually going to be going in for the Rainmaker. It was just a bit too far up alone, and going to be punished for that. Sloshing also going down against the Roller, which is already on their snipe, be able to get another one, might be able to see this Gal or Dually under them, able to get that pick as well. The Rainmaker able to be taken much safer now, as it's just the Undercover waiting for it, able to get the checkpoint. Even though they do go 2 down, this is going to be potentially their push. It's still a 4v2 as they're getting jumps in, they're getting respawns as the Gal is trying to move up to get this lead. Yeah,
no, this is exactly what they want. The leaders behind them, but they do end up, they're really close, and they end up getting the lead, but because it's the same point, they end up getting it back, but it looks like they eventually get back in and get that checkpoint with a full wipeout on the side of Road Rage. Dragonfruit takes their second game with double Hydra.
That turnaround with just constantly getting jumps in, and even if they got picked off, just making sure they don't completely wipe and keep that momentum up. We saw a similar approach in the tower control game, where even if the Willow was getting it, eventually got a trade, or the zap went up a bit too far, that the Hydras were still around as cornerstones for their team to just jump back to and eventually get the momentum that they needed with the crossfiring that the Hydras produced to be able to get a knockout on both stages. That was very unconventional, but
with such unconventional comps, what else can you really expect here? Now, I believe that yeah, we saw how hard it was for them to get in, but once they got in, they were able to take it. And I believe that is actually the set, as we are now in a best of 3 scenario, and that is going to be the set going to Dragonfruit with their amazing double Hydra comp. I cannot give it enough praise. Very, very proud.
Yeah, I really want to see this comp go far in this tournament, but we'll have to see on the rest of the bracket, as these are just 2 of the 16 or 32, I forget, teams that are in this top cut. So we'll have to see what happens next from here. Until then, this is not the only tournament that is happening very soon. Splatoon Advanced Circuit, we will be ringing in the new year with Inkling Performance Labs IPL this SAC Splatoon Amateur Circuit is returning this January for a brand new circuit. Join us on Saturday, January 14th at 2 p.m. Eastern. Start earning points for your team. The 8 teams with the most points by the end of the 4th tournament will be invited to play in the finals and compete to be crowned the best mid-level team in Splatoon 3. To my knowledge, anyone in +2 or +1 will be banned, so this will be a tournament to show that if you are a recent low-wing graduate or want to be competing against teams above your skill level if you are in low-wing currently, or if you're wanting to show your skill, since many tournaments now are completely open to top-level teams as well as mid-level, this is your chance to really shine. And we will be getting to a different set of commentators very soon with Alk Battery and K-Bots. But until then, Weef, where can we find you on socials?
You can find me on both Twitter and Twitch at WeefSlider. And Echo, where can we find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at StoryEcho_ or at Twitch with Story_Echo. One of them was taken when I was getting them. You can also find me, I do coaching for both teams and individuals. So if you feel that you plateaued or want another person's commenting on your abilities, not exactly commentary in this fashion, you can find me on DMing me through Twitter or Discord at Echo #7956. So, yeah.
Thank you all for watching, and I hope the next set of commentators treats you all well. And thank you for watching, and that'll be it from us.
Until then, we will see you soon with the second round of Top Cut.
Alright, hello everybody and welcome back to the Under Pressure A-Rank Splatoon Junior Draft Tournament. My name is Kai, or you can call me Susanna. I am joined by K-Bot and Alk Battery for this cast.
Let's
Happy
go!
to have you guys here.
Was it a dumpster fire? Great job. Hi everybody, Alk here. We've been watching the tournament and it's been a lot of fun. I have no idea. Me and Kai have never really watched too much Splatoon, so K-Bot is here to make sure that we don't say anything that's omega egregious wrong.
Hi, my name is K-Bot. I'll be your flight attendant today. Please note the 3 exit doors in the back and on the sides of the aircraft. Please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in the full upright and locked position. And shortly, we'll be underway with some more Splatoon action. I will admit, folks, I am much used to watching incredibly high-level competitive games, given by the fact that I'm currently a coach for Seafoam, a high-level Splatoon team. So, I will attempt to pull as many punches as I can. That is my promise to you all. We'll see how this goes. I understand everyone's trying, everyone's giving it their best shot. And I also understand that we're going to be seeing a lot of different weapon compositions. So I'm excited to see what we've got coming out. It'll make me think about the game in a slightly different way than I'm used to.
Wait. They've got
Oh my god, I'm on the team.
Wait, we actually got Kai on the team.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to Golden Mudmouths versus Jump for Joy in... Did you see the game mode?
I'm gonna assume this is a Splat zone.
This is Splat zone. I recognize this map. It's from the call that you were telling me about.
Oh, okay. Well, K-Bot, so far throughout the tournament, what have been your thoughts? What's looking the most OP other than what we've already decided beforehand?
So what the most OP thing actually is who is going to be able to guide their controller to the best position better, frankly. I don't think it matters as much what weapon you're playing or anything of that nature. It all comes down to how exactly you're piloting things. It's about the pilot, not the plane. So that's what I'm looking forward to here. But of course, one of the things that we were talking about earlier on the cast was the Splash-O-Matic. It's one of these incredibly strong weapons, given that crab tank there as well, currently piloted here by that AC kid. Putting in a little bit of work there, guarding the zone from the opponents, and now getting Jump for Joy a little bit ahead here to start things off in zones.
Wow. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, actually, K-Bot's actually happy now. We've got a machine and we've got the Matic. This is actually crazy. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Kai, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the Splash-O-Matic?
I think that the Splash-O-Matic is a really strong weapon and is able to hold this point really well, as we see that purple is holding on really good with only 15 seconds, 12 seconds remaining until they finish this round of the map.
Wait, 12 seconds? They've got 3 minutes.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but see, it's 0 and it's game.
Nope, that's
I
a
was
knockout.
right.
I was right.
I was correct.
Well, it's not seconds,
As I
right?
said.
Isn't it ticks?
Yeah.
Right.
They're counting down by
But-
seconds.
Well, so I was trying to explain that earlier to the both of you, but indeed, the Splat Zone's timers are not seconds. They are slightly shorter than seconds. So normally I would call them ticks or something, but
So microseconds.
the point
is, what we
is
could call them.
Micros.
well, microseconds is also like 100th of a second or something, so that doesn't really work either. But nonetheless, Kai was right in saying that if you end up getting your clock down to 0, you will end up winning and moving ahead in the set. So Jump for Joy is going to go ahead and take that first one. And one of the things I was noticing there as well was a lot of the range advantage that they were having. Things like the Hydra, the Dually Squelchers, and even that Crab Tank when it was used were able to outrange their opponent. And when you're trying to approach the Wahoo World Zone from really only 2 different angles, it's very easy to start setting up what we call these lockout holds, where you've got a few of your members that are slightly ahead of the zone, able to defend things and make sure that you're taking fights away from the zone such that the enemy team won't be able to even think about getting a little bit of ink on it.
Well, yeah, that just sounds like really smart zone control. They don't get anywhere close to the actual point, and then you don't actually get to have fun at that point. You're just getting locked out inside of your spawn, and you're trying to do stuff. It's just not okay. I've seen a little bit of Mako Mart.
Oh, and we've got our second game here.
Okay, and for anybody who's maybe just joining us, this is play to 3, so there is only 3 maps, but we're going to be seeing the full set for the entire
No, it's best
tournament.
of 3 now.
Oh, it's actual
Best of 3 now because it's Elim bracket.
Okay,
okay.
One of us read
And
the
this
rules
is
for the
the
tournament. Out of the
Payload one.
Or
Sorry,
we paid attention.
I'm a
to
former
the-
Overwatch player, so I'm just gonna call these. This is what's the Splatoon name for a payload?
Tower
What is
control.
Tower.
Because it's a
Tower
tower.
Ah, it moves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does move, yes.
And that's
It is
okay.
a moving tower that has like an ice cream truck jingle when you run.
Wait,
That's
really?
great.
Yeah, really.
Oh, I love this. Wait a minute. This
Observer,
somehow
show
got
us
better.
the ice cream truck jingle.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Just call on the observer, yes.
Thank you, Observer.
Thank you,
And
observer.
so they have to have at least 1 member or 2 team members standing on it in order for it to keep moving.
Looks like it's one.
Or is it as long as it's coded in paint?
Just one needs to be standing on top of the tower in order for it to keep moving. If you got more than one person, the tower will move slightly faster, though it's generally not that much to make a difference. Instead, you want to be starting to guard the tower with the rest of your members, trying to find different places to take those fights. It's almost like the moving splat zone idea, all things considered. The only difference is that somebody's got to ride the tower. So you want to make sure that you're building up your ink and your area in terms of map control around that tower while you're trying to guide it forward.
All right, K-Bot. ISU has decided not to renew your contract. You're now the coach of the Golden Mudmouths. What are you piping in on the comms for them?
Well, things are not looking good. We got to get our Hydra set up in position here, and trying to dive on top of the tower like this probably not going to be super beneficial right now. But Squidback's coming out here as it looks like Ahi Sushi was able to pick up 1, going down in the process, and now it's a 3 down once more for the Golden Mudmouths. Again, we're starting to see this pressure continue to build, and it seems like Jump for Joy is doing a good job at just taking a lot of these fights. Now another dive on top of the tower for the Golden Mudmouths as they're looking to scramble, trying to prevent any kind of a push from happening here, but they go 2 down once more. Now it's another 3 down, and there's 1 member up, able to find that last 1v1, and there's the knockout. Jump for Joy is going to move ahead in the bracket.
Oh, Golden Mudmouths. We'll get them next time. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. It's fine. Okay. I thought I was
Wait, were the
reading
colors
top.
wrong? Okay.
Nah, it's okay. Okay, I figured. I was like, hold up. The K-Bot call was right. It's fine. We got the 2-0. We've got our first series underway. We will not be able to see Rainmaker. Honestly, I'm kind of sad.
What won't we be able to see?
Yeah, there's going to be more
Hardly
games.
know her.
We'll get a Rainmaker. Yeah, we'll get a
There's
Rainmaker.
going to be more
sooner.
games to come. There will
We
be
have 2 hours.
many
I
more.
hope there's more games to come.
I'm okay with just the K-Bot, Alk, and me podcast for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we can do that
talk
too.
about Splatoon. No.
No.
Show
Not
us
yet.
some
Not
gameplay.
yet. Give us some time. Give us some
Yeah.
time. Let's we can chug down
We've
on
got some
water.
surprises. Correction.
Yes.
Hulk has some surprises.
Yes.
For all of
We
us.
apparently have activities planned.
Yeah, there
Are
activities. for everybody.
activities. So make sure you've got your writing utensils ready to go. Might be some audience participation as well. So maybe that'll be fun. But of course, all that's to come soon.
Yeah, I want to make sure we space it out. We got 2 hours here, allegedly. We'll see how long. Allegedly. It's esports. It's esports, so anything can happen. Teams can just randomly disappear. I've had one time where we were looking for a player, and apparently they were asleep, and the only way we could contact them is we had to contact someone who worked at the McDonald's that they used to work at, and they had to go from work to their door and tell them they had a game in 15 minutes. It's fantastic.
So there used to be a Twitter account for like, where's your fourth? That was specifically like, I think it was all excuses that people had used in scrims or in a tournament for where their fourth player was. I forget what the exact account name is. I'm gonna try to find it.
That's
Okay.
incredible.
But it was iconic.
K-Bot, do you remember? I think it was a show that either we were on or you were participating in back when we were doing a bunch of collegiate work, where our producer had overslept by about 2 hours, and we had to call their mother, who then found the girlfriend's number, and the girlfriend drove over to his house and then had to wake him up for the show.
I don't know if I remember this.
This was, I think at the start of when we were doing a bunch of panel stuff, but it was, in the moment, terrifying, and hindsight, really, really funny.
That sounds great.
It was fun.
Always, never a dull moment in the world of online esports. That's for sure.
Okay, we have apparently we do have we have a bit of time waiting for the quarterfinals to finish up. So either we could just straight up do one of the activities, or we can run ads. Twitch chat will let you decide. Do you want to do an activity with us, or do you want to have K-Bot tell you about some great tournaments that are in the scene right now that are running at the same time?
I have to tell you? No. They're ad reads. So why don't you all read the ads and I'll fill in additional context.
I'll do an ad read. It'll be fun.
Okay,
I'll be the one that has the additional context.
Okay, read the ad, honey. Go for it. Wait.
It disappeared.
It's in here.
Oh. Introducing the This Is Fine off-meta tournament with all meta and top-tier weapons banned, happening on Saturday, month 14th at 7 p.m. Central, including all regions and skill levels welcome. Offering as pricing, there will be Sendo badges, Nitro, and more. Join us now at discord.gg/saltykalechips. This graphic is great. I love it.
This is so fantastic. Cute. I love the fire that's like barely clipping on one end.
It's cute.
It's
I like
so
the
good. We got fire emojis.
Smile. It's just a little guy.
Aww.
Yeah.
Little guy.
I know they are.
These are great. I love this. What is a Sendo badge?
So that website that you had us do one of the activities on earlier.
Oh.
Sendo.inc, which is a resource that a specific person by the name of Sendo, that's his IGN, developed to create a bunch of different tools for the competitive scene. So that was one of the things that we were doing earlier. In addition, it's a platform where people can set up their own profiles. It'll be helpful if you're trying to look for a team for yourself, if you're trying to show off some of your accomplishments or previous teams, the weapons you play, all of these sorts of things. And in addition, some tournaments actually provide these little badges that you get as icons underneath your name for winning a tournament or something of that nature.
Wait, this Sendo person sounds like the GOAT. They sound like they're hard carrying the scene, no?
A little bit, yeah. A little bit.
That's crazy. Well, if you want to join anybody, Discord's on the screen, Salty Kale Chips, GG, and it's Saturday the 14th at 7 p.m. Central.
Saturday what? January 14th.
Oh, January 14th. Okay, that is
Central.
definitely...
So
you got 6 days. Good luck, everybody. Get those scrims in. Jesus. That was all skill level?
Next
okay,
ad.
Off meta. Let's get the next ad in here.
Alright. Introducing the Reef Rushdown. The Reef Rushdown... Wait, these are on the same...
On the same day?
Rushdown 14 is happening on the 14th of January at 5 p.m. AEDT, 7 a.m. CET, and 1 a.m. EST. Wow. This tournament has Swiss/groups and SE brackets depending on signups. All regions are welcome to play, so what are you waiting for? Sign up today. Throw me a Discord link that I can shout out. Where do we sign up for this?
I'm gonna guess
What?
play.iplabs.inc. I'll type it in the chat as well, unless I get instantly bobbed.
Wow, yes. Actually, K-Bot getting dinged by putting in a link in chat would be great.
Would be classic, yeah.
If you can all send links to things right now, that'd be great.
It's good to see the Reef Rushdown Tournament Series back, especially for those of you that might be joining us for some reason from the Australia-New Zealand region. IP grabber? What? I don't know. You all are laughing. What's
It
going
says
on?
IP on it.
What's
I
going
mean,
on?
He's an IP grabber. Not wrong.
Anyway,
I know it's a real
good to see
K-Bot
the
in
Reef
Twitch chat.
Rushdown series back. Of course, it's this more Australia-New Zealand time-centered tournament, which doesn't normally get a ton of attention, so it's nice to see that come under the banner of IPL. One of these organizations in the community that's just pumping out the tournaments month after month.
Ooh, and so what is the? It also counts towards Ocean Ink seating. If you want to explain that, because I've never seen that before my entire life.
Splatoon has such cool art.
Yeah, legit
stuff,
though.
Man, I love this. Look
My-
at the little fish guy.
I don't fully know everything
Okay.
because
right.
admittedly I don't pay as much attention to the AUNZ scene. Sorry,
Happens.
folks. I
Sorry.
would love to, but you're on the other side of the world.
Oh, there's
The Ocean Ink community, it's Oceania, but it's Ocean Ink. They tend to do their own little league. So similar to Leagues Under the Ink or Ludi, and similar to what Esports Bros TV does for the French scene, AUNZ also tends to have their own league that's split across multiple different divisions, and so they have, probably some tournaments that are going to count towards seeding for that league as well. I don't know if that's fully region locked or not, but of course, you could probably just search Ocean Ink.
And it would come up.
And it would probably come up on Google, like Ocean Ink Splatoon or
Yeah.
something. And my bet is it would come up on Google where you can get in touch with some of the folks down under there.
down.
Interesting. Down under.
So that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at
Kangaroo
this and I just realized that are all these tournaments on the 14th? That's crazy.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't. We have another one,
It's
I think,
okay.
but there it is.
Okay. So
Get
the
in
third
there.
tournament happening on the 14th is the Splatoon Advanced Circuit Season 6 Tournament 1. Ringing the new year with IPL, SAC returns this January for a brand new circuit. Join us on Saturday, January 14th at 2 p.m. Eastern to start earning points for your team. The 8 teams with the most points by the end of the 4th tournament will be invited to play in finals and compete to be crowned the best mid-level team in Splatoon 3. To register now, go to sac.inc/1.
Let's go. Okay, so who is... Okay, alright. That seems cool. It's kind of weird that they're all at the same time, but I guess that's by design.
Also,
They're all for like different regions.
Sure.
they're all from different regions. They all have different things. The first one was more like the fun, the high tier
off-meta
weapon
tournament.
band. It's an off-meta tournament. One of them was an Australia-New Zealand tournament, and this one is something that's designed for the teams that are just missing the cut of where they want to be in terms of how many tournaments they're winning, or maybe struggling to fully find their footing, and really want their own community and their own ecosystem to start thriving in. So this one, SAC prohibits teams and or players in +1 and +2, which are two commonly referred to circles for players that kind of judge your skill.
Sure.
And so they say all of you can't participate and everyone else can. So it opens up the door to see a few more unique teams start to come out of it. And it's really interesting to watch all of that unfold, especially as it unfolds over the course of the season. Normally they run something like 4 tournaments, typically one every 2 weeks, ultimately accumulating in things that will earn you points over the course of the season. And then you're going to be the top 8 teams or so are invited to a double elimination playoff day. Where they get to crown the champion for the overall season. So it's a great community to be a part of for those of you that are looking to take the next step, or even for those of you that might not be fully ready to commit to the whole competitive mindset yet. It'll be a great series of tournaments to watch and keep up with over the course of the day to get yourselves familiar with some of the other teams that are starting to come out here.
So what I'm hearing is that the winner of this tournament, A+ rank and under, should definitely try to play in SAC Season 6 Tournament 1.
I mean,
You said
you're
anybody.
welcome
We're getting
to
rid of the
play.
+1s.
You're welcome to play, but there might be
It's
a bit
good
of
for
a skill
competitive
disparity.
experience.
It is good for
It's
competitive
comp
experience.
experience.
This is true. This is true. This is very true.
Alright, number 1 team, we're signing you up for Season 6 Tournament 1. If you're down. That's what I'm hearing. I'm ready to see an A+ team take over SA.
Looks like we
SAC.
have our next 2 teams here. The Splat Squad going versus TMO6.
Why have I heard TMO6 before? Not just because it's the league, it's the champion, or what is it? It's Toxic, lol. That's fantastic. But also, I'm pretty sure I saw them in the other tournament
Yeah.
that was ringing a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
There's some continuity.
Did TMO6 enter in your other tournament? producer?
Random producer.
No.
The answer was no.
Okay. I thought.
Skill issue.
I thought this team looks.
All right.
Okay. Well, still, that's a hilarious team.
It's
name.
a pretty good team name, yeah. And we'll kind of just see what happens. If you couldn't tell already, me and Kai have not touched a game of Splatoon. We've watched a few.
I have not played Splatoon since I played with Elemental.
Which was?
Oh, no, sorry. I have not played Splatoon seriously since the last time we played in the same house. Which would have been whenever Splatoon 1 came out.
Wait.
And then we played a little bit when Splatoon 3 demo came out, but I got my butt kicked and I was playing on handheld. So. Yeah.
Elemental said, I carry.
He did carry.
I probably
He did
believe.
carry.
Should be a good one here. Of course, reminder, folks, we're still in best of threes here for winners semis, so still incredibly cutthroat. Gonna need to see what comes of this here, but of course, we'll be starting on the mode that is going to confuse these two and baffle them to all oblivion.
Oh no.
Clam Blitz is where we're heading to next.
Let's
with all the footballs and the clams. How about this? Why don't one of you all try to describe how Clam Blitz works, and then the other one of you try to fill in the holes.
Okay. To my knowledge,
Okay,
there's little clams that you have to try and score. And if I remember, I don't remember where the baskets are. I don't remember if this is the one where they're on the enemy team's side or if they're on our side or your own team's side. And you put the clams in, and there's a pity clam at one point, and I think it's 6 or 8 of the baby clams are power clam. That's as far as I remember this one.
You know more than me. All I was gonna say is there's little guys you collect and then you put them in the basket.
Based.
And whoever has more little guys in the basket wins.
That is true.
That's all I got.
Maybe not entirely true, but we're close.
Okay.
We're close.
Going to a cool map, the Museum de Alfonso, or whatever it just said.
I love fettuccine.
What?
What is that? It's the
name of the
museum.
map.
The Museum of Alfredo.
Oh hey, it's
Never
us.
Alfonsino.
Close enough.
Alfonsino, not Alfredo.
There's you know, that's a pasta sauce, isn't it?
Yes. The Museum of
suppose
Salsa Sauce.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
where
this
were
guy
we
has
off?
a
Where
little
are we
guy.
off on the clam?
So the one
explanation?
thing to note is that for every ranked mode, with the exception of Splat zones, you are pushing towards the opponent base. So the clam basket that you want to score in is on your opponent's side of the map. And
okay.
This map is relatively easy to get through, assuming that you can actually get up on that ramp on the right side or take that box that's standing on the left there as well. 2 avenues to try to get yourselves back over to that Clam Blitz basket. And we'll see which team is going to be able to do that. It might be a bit of a tall order here, as these teams are still trying to figure out how coordinating their specials is actually going to come together, as we're seeing the Big Bubbler, the Crab Tank, and the Kill Whale 5-1 all used for the Splat Squad to try to find themselves a few picks early here, and it looks like it's a little bit successful in doing so. It'll be a 3-down situation from TMO6, which should enable a Clams push to come in, but unfortunately, looks like their Power Clam user is slowly starting to get up here. Got to be careful of this Shark for the Splatana Wiper.
Ooh.
Able to take care of one, get that trade, stalling momentum slightly here, and it's going to mean the Splat Squad actually can't capitalize on this push at all.
Wow. Wait, what is that? Is that the big clam? Wait,
Yeah,
that thing is
That's
huge.
the Power Clam. That's the football.
What the?
Yeah.
Clam.
What? Oh, that's why you call it a football. I didn't
It's just
understand
a
why you called it
football.
football until now. That is
It is
amazing.
Literally a football. Yeah.
I like how most of this game has like a really cool like nautical theme, and then there's just like here's a football for some reason. I love this. This
There's
is fantastic.
also toothbrushes, ballpoint pens, pencils, all different sorts of things, but a very
Yeah.
nice defense here. Coming in from Team 06 again. Splat Squad is just trying to find themselves getting up here on top of this ramp, and they're not being successful in doing so. Swifty Taco looking to try to dive in, but is going to get caught out here as well. And both these teams, again, really just trying to make a boat for the enemy Plat, but oftentimes are getting caught out in some of these fights. You know, when you're trying to swim, you're still going to be vulnerable to anything that's coming back from the enemy team. And so they're not able to actually find any of the splats necessary to get themselves back towards this barrier. And that's the reason why halfway through this game, we're still completely scoreless. Although just Sean now looking to try to change things. No, so close. All right, is going to be able to pick that one up. We'll see if there's any follow-up here. Doesn't quite look like it's going to be the case.
Wow, that's crazy. I was just about to say, like, you know, the fact that they haven't really scored feels like it's a lot closer than maybe we would have thought to believe. But, I mean, between the guy who just scored and what we're seeing from the rest of TMO6, it looks pretty good. I mean, they actually got it in for one.
Oh, it's the crab!
It's the crab tank! Okay!
Woo!
This is my favorite. I love this crab tank. It just looks so ridiculous, but it is just is
cute.
also very cute.
It's cute is a word for it, but right now it's a menace to the competitive scene altogether. Looks like a push trying to come through here, and it looks like actually Splat Squad able to take care of a few members here. There is the wipeout, able to get taken care of business, and now this big bubbler goes out, trying to maintain even more of this space. That bubbler as well also acts as a beacon that anyone can super jump into in order to throw a clam. Looks like that feature wasn't utilized this time around, but a fantastic push here, down to 39 for the Splat Squad. TMO6 is going to have to try to put together a push similar to that in order to try to come back in this game.
I loved how they not only went to break the barrier, but then afterwards they just were like, okay, well look, now the point is open, we just throw all our clams in. So they like chained in a ton of points for them. So they have a pretty big lead. I'm looking for TMO6. How can they get back into this one? It's looking a bit tough. They're just constantly, it feels like they're kind of just running in. they're one by one running in. It's a little bit of conga lining.
And that is one of the things that we really want to try to focus on here. Anytime that you can try to set up some kind of engagement where you're able to take fights in 2v2 or 3v2 situations advantageously, when you have that squid advantage on the map, you'll probably find that you're going to be more easily able to take care of your opponent, get them down one by one, and then find yourselves the opportunity to push in. But the second that you start staggering yourselves as you try to find those engagements, it's going to make it that much more difficult. Jerry going to move forward here and find a few more points on the board here for the Splat Squad, or at least mitigating this penalty for at least a little while longer. Well, but there should be an opportunity for overtime to spawn, and there it is. The power clam's going to drop, and now 20 seconds for TMO6 to get back to the other side of the map. They haven't done it yet so far. We'll see if they can do it here.
They're spending so much time trying to just rebuy ground. I don't think they've got it. Even then, they have a pretty huge point disparity to kind of punch through.
Ink back out, two members around, but it just wasn't quite fast enough in order to get back to that other side of the map. Again, when that overtime spawns in Clam Blitz, you only have 20 seconds, which sounds like it's a lot, but in reality is so far from it. Not able to capitalize there on time. You know, one of the things is finding that balance between how fast you actually want to make those pushes happen versus being able to methodically make sure that you're not going to randomly get caught out due to a random, what we call sharp, right? When there's someone just lurking in enemy ink that's able to pop out and pounce on top of you right away. That's something that we can see very easily as the spectators, but in game, the players on the enemy team aren't going to be able to see.
Yeah, and I mean, they're probably just also just like kind of the time is ticking down. You're like having all of your teammates probably just like screaming in call probably, and it's A+ under, so really anything can happen. Like
anything can happen.
We were watching earlier. You're pointing it out because we would not have known this if you hadn't the min sensitivity like controller like
that Jen had to
if we didn't know that it would have just looked like some regular gameplay.
See here from chat also that coming from one of the team members of TMO6 that Clam Blitz is their worst mode, so looking to see how they perform in round
and look,
2,
there we go.
where we're going to Splat zones on Cephalopressure Market.
That is valid. Clan Blitz is the mode in this game where you absolutely have to be the most coordinated in a competitive setting to actually make work, and is one of the reasons why personally, now I don't play too much Splatoon nowadays, but in the days when I did play Splatoon, Clan Blitz was the absolute last mode. Yeah, that's right, back in my day. Clan Blitz was the absolute last mode that I wanted to play in solo queue, because you have to be playing so coordinated with your team to pass around clams to one another, try to find a way to push into the enemy basket, and then in addition, make sure you're not getting caught out on defense. You've got to be so well synergized with one another to really cover for one another that sometimes the other modes are just easier to play. And that's one of the reasons why Splat Zones is everybody's favorite mode, because with a centralized mode where there's not really much that can change, everyone is going to end up having a very similar idea of how this works. And that's one of the reasons why zones will tend to be something that you might feel as though is slightly more coordinated with your teammates.
So I'm seeing we've got at least one machine in here. Aside from that, can you kind of give us like a thoughts on just maybe one other kind of loadout that we're seeing here?
Sure. So one of the weapons we're seeing on, it looks like at least one of the teams, they're running a Flingza Roller, which is another weapon that we're seeing in high-level competitions as well. In fact, this Flingza Roller is actually able to pump out quite a decent amount of ink coverage. It's not going to go for kills that often, but it is going to be able to pump out a lot of that paint coverage on the map, and then utilize the Tentamissile special weapon, which was an absolute menace back in Splatoon 2. It's been a little tuned back for Splatoon 3, but it's still very useful and very impactful at pushing the enemy team back. Not seeing as much of that come out here, although on the re-engage that we're going to have to see coming from Splat Squad in a moment, we might see some of that. But no, wait a minute. Actually, This Flingza Roller player able to take care of two right on top of the zone, finally going to get cleaned up by TMO6, and now they'll be starting to find a hold of their own.
He's just solo carried that. He was able to hold it down for his team, wait for their revives to come out, and just now they can just push out a little bit. I mean, they're getting a little bit far up, and I guess now with one member, they're doing all right. This Your Mom guy is just sitting right in front of the point and is not able to make any ground.
That guy has a jetpack?
Wait, this is so
That's
cool.
a jetpack.
Cool.
That's the Inkjet, which is not seeing too much use in
It's the crab.
Splatoon 3. But we're seeing a little bit more of that as more and more Tri-Sloshers end up getting played. The Crab Tank comes out, and you're seeing just how much of a range advantage that it has, how much pressure it's able to apply. And another one back on the Splat Squad here, looking to try to build up a little bit more momentum. Now it's going to get traded out with that Tri-Slosh that we were talking about a bit ago. 2-down situation for Splat Squad. Team 06 maintains control. They actually might be able to get the lead here with this big bubbler going up as well. Your Mom trying to go in, trying to find something, but that Flingza Roller is not shocked up to try to get that triple. Looks like we're seeing a few more trades here, but it's all blue right now for TMO6. The Explosion from Bing is starting to come out here, and it is going to be the cap here as they were able to get just enough ink playing the objective over anything else.
Wow, and they were able to just kind of like ignore a lot of what TMO6 were doing. Like this blue team was just like playing in front of their spawn. Splat Squad could not push out, and just went right over them. Just did not care that they're playing super aggressive, and then they all went down. So back in control. They're trying to get more ticks. Oh, it looks pretty close. Still have 2 minutes of regulation left, so should be fine. But Crab Tank is out. My boy. My boy Crab Tank.
It turns into a circle?
It's like Hammond.
Yeah, that's like Hammond.
Lit.
That's so cool.
It's a little bit like Hammond. Yeah, able to get into that ball form and start moving around a little bit. But now, hang on. 3-down situation for TMO6. Splat Squad has complete control. They're going to be able to find the lead. Now the jumps are starting to come in from TMO6. But there's already members of the Splat Squad that are swarming around, and they're going to be able to find the knockout as the confetti appears. They're going to take the set 2-0.
Okay, well, we now need someone from Team 06 to also say that Splat Zone is their worst mode. So, just for... we need someone else. So, Butterbrick, thank you for coming in. We need someone else to come on through and type that in so we can really get the full range of that one. We're getting all 2-0s on the stream now. I mean, I guess now that we're not playing to full 3s, it's expected, I guess. But, alright. We got the Clan Blitz. We covered all of our favorite. We still haven't seen Rainmaker. We're keeping that checked off.
I'm sure we will.
Yeah. Honey, what have you
Actually,
thought?
we're guaranteed to see it in game 1 of the next one. So we'll see.
Oh, let's go. What have you thought of the Splatoon tournament so far?
It's been pretty great.
Fantastic testimonial.
I think our producer is doing a great job. The graphics look amazing this time, and there's a new sticker, which looks really cool. Yeah.
Great job. That was really just to stop you from eating food, to get you to not eat your snack. I just wanted
It's
to
not
mess
even a
with you.
snack. I'm trying to finish my dinner, but okay.
Oh, okay.
How rude. How rude. He just wants to finish his dinner. Is there something wrong with that?
No, but I also wanted him to interact more.
I don't really know what to say during games usually, but
Neither do I. I don't know what this game is. we're hanging out.
yeah.
All right. Well,
Ask me questions. Ask me questions.
yeah. Can I
That's
get
what
in
I'm
there?
here for.
So, last game we saw during the Clan Blitz that one of the players on TM6 had a sniper rifle. And most of the other games that we've seen so far haven't had a lot of snipers. Is there an advantage to using a long-range weapon when it's such a fast-paced game and people can close in on you so fast?
Let's go.
When players can close the distance that fast.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to player preference, right? If you're a Charger player, you're not going to feel super out of place in a faster mode. And by faster, traditionally, we're talking maybe Clan Blitz or Rainmaker, right? You won't feel super out of place unless maybe if you're playing an E-leader and you think the enemy team is really rushing you down, then maybe you'll start to feel a little bit out of place. But even still, to your point, that range advantage can play quite a significant role depending on the stage that you're playing on there as well, right? So, for example, on Museum, there are plenty of locations where that Charger can get set up and really start to try to have an impact on the game overall. But of course, with any Charger, it's all going to come down to, can you hit your shots? Can you find where the enemy is sitting, and can you actually connect with them? So certainly not going to be a bad strategy, right? But it is all going to be a matter of comfort.
Okay. I was thinking, because I'm looking at most of the maps, and there are definitely some that have a ton of terrain, and some that are very bare bones, or have a lot of really open sight lines, so I'm usually a Charger player. I do love using like any kind of beam rifle.
Of that track.
What?
Was there built-in clapping to the end of that song?
That's pretty good. That's what we wanted, no? Okay.
That's great.
Okay. For context, I asked Elemental like a couple of questions, like just to make sure I wasn't going in completely like I don't know anything about this game. And one of my questions was, is there copyrighted music for Splatoon? And I unfortunately was told that there was no copyrighted music, which makes me sad.
That's okay though. We don't want the stream getting in trouble now, do we?
It only gets muted.
Okay. Still though. Splatoon music is great.
It is.
shouldn't be
It
muted.
is. It's the closest. It's the closest I can get to listening to Vocaloid music.
You could just listen along to my music,
Which is just Vocaloid
which is just
music.
Vocaloid.
So, but I could, but I feel like in spirit it would be. I would just be like, but the Splatoon music kind of slaps. I'm not gonna lie. K-Pod, have you added any Splatoon track to any of your playlists?
Well, that's kind of difficult because the Splatoon tracks aren't really on Spotify. Because
Really?
Nintendo hates us, yeah. I
Get
mean, they
YouTube
don't
Premium.
actually hate us.
Get
but-
YouTube Premium.
True, I could do that, but that's... I don't pay for Spotify either. I just use the free version.
Oh, wait,
Oh.
what? Huh?
Yeah.
You're
Like,
a
I
student.
put up
you can
with
get
the
it for
ads.
like $4.
Wait, you're literally part of like a collegiate program.
Yeah.
You can literally just get it for free.
But-
expensive.
Or I could just not pay the money.
But then you get
It's
ads.
$4.
It's $4.
That's
It's
like-
not. It's not that bad. It's really not.
It's
You're
pretty-
the guy
you
who
can't you can't go next. You have to listen to things on shuffle.
What?
You get ads every like 5-10 songs.
Dude, this is like
Yeah,
listening
you
to
just
Pandora
Get
with that
used
on.
to it. Okay, so
What?
my excuse.
Would you like to like we can get like a
I want to hear his
Spotify-
excuse.
No,
Yeah, we can
no.
buy
Yeah.
Spotify
So
Premium
here's the
for
thing.
you.
Here's the thing. If I start paying for it, I will feel like I will always have to pay for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's also the reason why, for the longest time, I went without having Discord Nitro at all. And I only got it because my brother bought it for me 1 year for Christmas, and now it's his Christmas gift to me every year.
Okay.
But even still, I'm only doing what was previously Nitro Classic. It is now Nitro Basic, which is a bit of a downgrade, but I can still use all the emotes, so that's really the only thing I care about.
Me too.
So it's fine.
Yeah.
But like, I'm still in 100 Discord servers. I still have to leave a Discord server every time I want to join a new one. This is the life I'm used to.
If you got Discord Nitro, not basic, then you can join 200 servers.
Wow.
And
Yeah,
then you wouldn't
but
have
I
to
don't-
leave any.
But I don't need to do that because I can just
I'm gonna
find a
get
server and leave.
who gifted it to you? Your brother?
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry.
I'm
about
gonna get him to gift you Discord Nitro.
No, we gotta gift him Spotify. We need to add
Yeah.
on to his
How do I
current
buy you?
bills.
How do I buy you Spotify Premium?
How do we buy you
No.
Spotify Premium? We're
Can
looking this up
you
right now.
give
Anyway, we're
Spotify
about to get
Premium?
into winners finals here between Splat
Oh.
Squad and Jump for Joy.
I bet some of these players definitely pay for Spotify Premium.
I can buy.
Probably.
You can buy Spotify gift card online.
Okay, it's getting sent right now to your email address.
No, that's not necessary. I'm terrible with people buying things for me. Please don't do that.
It's
Anyway,
already gone.
we're on the wrong map, so we're going to restart this. We should be heading to Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. So Rainmaker, one of these things we haven't seen yet. How about this? Let's play another game. What do you all think is most important in Rainmaker?
Which one's that again?
It's the one where you have to pick up the gun and get to the opponent to their side of the map.
What do I think is most important? Having team coordination so you can protect the
Wow!
with Rainmaker, so you can all effectively move as a unit to get to the goal point.
Playing VIP with whoever has Rainmaker.
We should take example from Elemental's infamous Splatoon clip and play Get Down Mr. President for the person with Rainmaker.
Infamous?
Yeah.
Are you pulling
Elemental
up
had
the
a
clip?
tweet that went viral. That was a great Splatoon play.
Am I allowed to say how the two of you know each other, by the way? Is this public knowledge?
Of how.
It could be now if you want.
It could be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kai and Elemental are brothers. They're siblings.
Yes. Yeah.
So everything that you hear, Kai, about Splatoon is pretty much entirely through your brother. It's not even through me, even though you and I have both known each other for like 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
at this point.
I've known that you do Splatoon, but I knew you from collegiate, so
Yeah.
we never really talked about the Splatoon side.
Alright,
So,
well,
infamous
how did we do
Splatoon
on the
clip.
activity?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember what the
Alright,
answers
base.
were.
Alright, base. Alright. Okay, infamous Splatoon tip coming in from K-Bot.
Oh dear. All right, Wipeout coming out here though, and it looks like Splat Squad's gonna have an opportunity to push to this checkpoint. Now, interestingly, these checkpoints are actually a new development in Splatoon 3, and now you have to actually clear past a small little pedestal before you can pick back up the Rainmaker and go completely for the knockout. And that's exactly what they're trying to do here. You see that Rainmaker dip down, and now it's gonna get down to that 42-point mark. Well done here overall. Did dive a little bit ahead of the rest of your team before they could lay out a bunch of big help you go even further. And now immediately Jump for Joy is trying to pick up this Rainmaker and push it right back, but they're going to get caught out for doing that. Trying to push it right against the enemy team is like going right up against a brick wall. You're going to get met with some kind of ink coming the other direction, and now there's another opportunity for Splat Squad to keep pushing down to the 33-point mark now. It's going to be a 2-down situation, and this might be the end of the push, assuming the Jump for Joy can start cleaning things up. But first, you want to focus on getting these splats before going back to pick up this Rainmaker, or you can just opt for this, a very nice reset. That's fine, that's common.
Okay.
It goes back to the middle.
That makes sense.
It goes
It
back
doesn't
to
go
the
back to
middle.
the checkpoint. Okay. Alright. That seemed slightly questionable, and that's okay. I was like, That's one way to look. I was about to say that's one way to get the Rainmaker somewhere else, and if that gets you distance, then it's a W. Strategic.
It's a strategic defensive play, actually, because it allows you to buy a little bit more breathing room for your own team and force the other team to go back into mid. But now Splat Squad back on the offensive. Nug's going to be able to find two, is looking for a third one, keeping this alive for Splat Squad as they're looking to keep getting even more points to the board. But a nice shot comes out of the Charger. Last one up from Jump for Joy, it looks like. Able to take care of business, locking down this Rainmaker for at least a little while longer. And now they're starting to try to play this retake, but Nug is playing this fantastically. Able to find yet another one here, and now it's a 2-down situation for Splat Squad. They're retreating back into mid, and Jump for Joy might finally have some breathing room to start stabilizing this game.
Wait, Nug is putting in overtime. We gotta get this guy some, or I actually don't know the pronouns, I should not assume, but we need to get Nug Spotify Premium for this play. Like, this person is going crazy. He's solo holding the Rainmaker, he's buying space for his team so that they can revive. They are putting in overtime.
Grab coming out, now is going to get picked up here as Jump for Joy is looking to try to make this. And one of the things about this map is that this checkpoint is a bit difficult to get to and a bit difficult to get past, given by the fact that everything has to be funneled through this small little corner that you've got to be able to turn around. That time, it doesn't quite happen for Jump for Joys. They're not able to clear past Splat Squad, who are playing very defensive positions there. Now it looks like they're looking to try to make a push over this grates on this far left side, but not everyone was fully on the same page there, and now there is the Rainmaker shield explosion that's able to take care of one of those members, again buying more blue ink and space in mid for Jump for Joy.
There's, 1 minute left, but Crab Tank's gonna get activated. It's actually Crab Tank versus Crab Tank. Wait, it goes down! Nug is down! The president is down. We have got to revive him immediately. We revive them now.
And this point is you have to go up high
the
ground
checkpoint's
too.
done. What?
Does high ground matter a lot in Splatoon? T-Bot?
It matters slightly. It'll depend mostly on the weapons that they are playing here, though. Very nice collapse around this. Nug and Gary both able to come in there and take care of 3 members of Jump for Joy that were all standing in about the same location. That is the wipeout, and now Splat Squad is going to be looking to build up a push of their own.
All right, they've got 15 seconds, and they got back to the middle part of the map, but with Crab Tank open, let's see how much further they can. One of their members is kind of revived and coming back out on the map. It seems like they haven't really made much. They're trying to wait for everybody. That's 2 people down. I feel like you can have enough space here to at least make a little bit more movement. They couldn't do it. They couldn't get past mid.
At the end of the day, the important part there for Splat Squad is all they needed to do was hold on to the Rainmaker. They already had the lead, and so they're just able to hold on. And if they are in possession of the Rainmaker when the clock hits 0, no overtime will happen. And that's exactly what we saw. They're able to defend the Rainmaker from their opponents, and that'll net them the Game 1 victory.
All right, well, honey, it's going to get worse. We're going to go straight from Rainmaker right into Clan Blitz.
That's okay. I love the little guys.
I love the little guys. All right.
So we haven't seen this map, Brinewater Springs, yet. What can you tell us about this map, K-Bot?
Brinewater Springs is one of the newer maps that was rather recently added to the game, about a month ago at this point, month and some change. And this is very interesting because it's got this large ramp on either side of the map, on the opposing sides where you spawn, and it all is funneling down the sides of the map and into the middle area. So these ramps and the verticality is something very interesting at play here, and makes the map very unique in those sorts of ways. Clan Blitz here, not all of that verticality is going to come into play, because in actuality, the Clan Blitz barriers are more so situated just around the opponent's corner, similar to kind of Scourge Gorge, where you saw how they were turning around that one corner on the far side of the map. Something a little bit similar here, as you'll see, is exactly where that Clan Blitz barrier is situated. There you see on the overhead. So you'll be able to get yourself in there a little bit, and there's still going to be plenty of defensive options for your opponents to peek into mid. But that said, not many players actually here running very backline centric weapons that are going to be looking for that range. So expect to see a lot more firefights up front.
This is fun. Oh, we're just getting splats all over the place. There's already a few people down. They rushed them. They lost the hands duel, and now they're just getting all the clams. All the little guys are getting set up. What is this little shield thing that they just put down? Is that a
thing that Bingus put down?
That's the big bubbler. It serves itself as a little bit of a shield, and now it's allowing a little bit more space to get bought here for the Splat Squad. They're actually able to find yet another wipeout, but they didn't quite stagger their clans as well as they might have liked. They're going to have to wait for this barrier to come back down and for themselves to form another power clan. Nug going in, looking to try to find one here. A little bit risky, but is able to get out nonetheless with enough orange ink behind them. Well done there, and now holding on to the middle of the map here is really all that Splat Squad's going to want to do, as they're preventing anyone from the opposing team of making a push of their own.
What were we going to ask, Kai?
I wasn't going to ask anything. I just noticed that one of the players is using a brush.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, and everybody else
little
has
brush. What does the little brush do?
The smaller brush, I mean, it kind of does the same as the larger brush. They're not too terribly different. It's just a little bit faster and a little bit something that will keep up the pace. Now, interestingly, here on Brine Water, not a lot of flank angles for this brush to really take care of. So it'll be a bit difficult for them to actually come in. Nice double here, by the way, coming in from Coel. Able to hopefully buy some space for Jump for Joy. And now they're immediately blitzing to the other side of the map, throwing in this barrier. But Gary's right behind. No, that power claim is going to get rejected as the base race ends up happening there and going to the favor of Jump for Joy. It's going to mean that they're actually going to be able to take the lead here, given by the fact that they had more folks around, able to throw in just a few more clams. They might go 2 down for their trouble, but a lead here is what they were looking for.
Wait, he jumps back into spawn, and now, I mean, Nug was holding down the site versus 2 players, and maybe was looking to try and pick down, get a splat on one of them, but the rest of the Splat Squad, now that they're all respawned and they've come back out on the map, they're really playing aggressive. They're trying to, I think, follow Nug's example and being like, get in their face, take them down, and try to buy at least a little bit of room for themselves to put down some of these clams.
Well, that's the other thing, when you're behind right now, like Splat Squad is, they do need to take some kind of initiative, right? They're the ones that need to find a way to push back into the opponent's side of the map and start finding a way to actually get a score on the board. But that said, don't rush it too much. You've still got another 2 minutes left to go. And so here, things like this incline push, when you're just going up there alone, is an easy target for this heavy Splat lane. Now, Gary going in with this Reef Slider is going to get taken out in the process. And this defense is holding on quite strong right now for Jump for Joy.
Yeah, they don't have to do anything, right? Like you were saying, they have the advantage already, so if they can just hold it and run time, they just win by default. So they're pretty good. They're holding high ground right here where, you're kind of forcing Splat Squad to either run into you or have to come and fight you. Ooh, okay, Nug's got the crab tank. Let's see if they can get any work done.
Crab tank out, not fully able to swing around this corner though, but is able to come up with another double right after that crab tank. 3-down situation for Jump for Joy, and this can be exactly what Splat Squad needed. But where is their power clam right now? It doesn't look like they've got one around. Bingus now throws out this big bubbler, looking to buy a little bit more space. Reef Slider charging in as well, able to catch one off guard, but immediately gets traded back. 2-down situation for Splat Squad, but still able to get a power clam in the basket. They're able to find just enough follow-up to get themselves the lead here, and now they're actually able to find a few more. Biggest still in position, might be trying to keep this one up, but no, it's going to get taken down in the process. Nug still putting in work. Finally, it's going to get taken down, and now down to this 34-point mark. So now, Jump for Joy is still going to have an opportunity to try to come on back in this, but they do have a few more claims that they need to build up.
Yeah, it's 30 seconds. Multiple members of Splat Squad are getting taken down right now, so Jump for Joy going to be looking to push. It's getting close. They have a couple power clams waiting, but ooh! Gets dropped right as he summons what looked to be the crab tank there. Oh, wow. Oh,
Here.
are they gonna
10
do it?
seconds left to go. Splat Squad still just trying to play defensively, but this Booyah Bomb, nice counter for the Crab Tank. Gonna take it out of play, at least for now. Overtime now, few seconds here for Jump for Joy to try to come on back in. Nug is in position to try to disrupt things just a little bit more. 2-down situation though. While the meanwhile, Splat Squad over the wall is Jump for Joy able to find some of these drop shots, and now Cole able to push forward, getting one. We'll see if the other power clam can follow up here, because that will mean that they're able to take the game, and they will be able to find that pass in. That'll be the game for Jump for Joy.
Wait, I think they won by
so
one?
close.
Yep.
It looked like... Oh! Let's go! Alright.
That's great.
That was really impressive, and obviously a last-second push there. Almost, this was almost 2-0. We're going to map 3 finally, and that was really close. Yeah, oh, it's best of 5. Okay. Alright, well, we were going to 3 regardless. Let's go.
Yeah,
Okay.
so good stuff to see. Of course, there at the very end of the game, once we're in overtime, it's basically sudden death. Whatever happens in overtime will be the final few things that end up happening. So if you end up scoring and you end up taking the lead away from your opponents, the game just instantly ends. And that's exactly what we saw there. With that second power clam finding the basket, they only needed 18 additional points, but they ended up getting 20. So that's exactly what that was there. So hats off to Jump for Joy, finding that play at the very end of the game. And that's one of the things that's interesting about Splatoon, is that oftentimes when we're talking about holding off and trying to play defense, 2 minutes is a long time to really find their way to play defense for that long, right? In reality, you're probably going to try to make a you're not going to try to, but you're going to end up making a mistake at some point, right? That's just the nature of the way the game works.
Yeah.
Yeah. So playing defense for a long while is very difficult to do, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way, but that's all right, because that's why we play games in series, as now we're heading on to game 3.
Okay, well, let's see how well these teams do. I mean, they've got time, and honestly, Splat Squad, if I was Splat Squad, I'd be feeling a little bit of some type of way after that. Like, literally last second defense, they come in, they get a point or 2 off of us. Like, I'd be like, okay, well, we probably should be up 1 game, but whatever. We let it slide, I guess. They gotta kind of get their heads back in the game, and I'm sure they're not too pressured about it, but it is something to keep in mind.
K-Bot, do you regularly turn down jobs to read the warnings at the end of drug commercials?
I have not once done those fast commercial reads at all.
Can we have you try it when we get a break in between after this game?
Sure, I can try.
Let's
I
go!
don't know if it's going to be very good on the first take.
It could be.
It could be.
It could be. It could be. And I have not once touched the Harry Potter books, so sorry about that. Lead though here for Jump for Joy, and the interesting thing here on Museum di Alfonsino is that there's only one way to get on top of the opponent's side of the map, and that's through this spinner in the middle of the map here. You'll notice how those arms kind of extend out towards the enemy's side, and you have to jump across them, and that is the only way to get to your opponent's side of the map at all, which means that sometimes lockouts, or very strong lockouts, can be difficult to find. But it looks like right now we're seeing Jump for Joy being able to pick off these members of Splat Squad as they're jumping in, trying to find a little bit of ink on top of the zone. And now even more, as a bomb is going to go out there to find Bingus. Nug's going to be able to come up with one right after the Crab Tank here, looking to try to find this 3-down situation. There it is. Wipeout comes through, and Splat Squad is able to maintain their control.
And this has so far kind of been strategy that I'm kind of seeing is where for Splat Squad, where Bingus or one of the other members just opens up for Nug to just go wild, just unleash onto a site and just take over. Right there, we saw the bomb come out. He opens up the site, and Nug just goes in. They get control of the Splat Zone for a little bit, and then Nug does what Nug does best so far, and that's just push aggressively into the enemy spawn. Just like, hey, we're coming into your corner, and we're going to try and get a couple splats. Now, they are getting a little bit of ground here as Jump for Joy are kind of fighting back. They have a Crab Tank now.
The Crab Tank trying to come on back in with this one here, but it looks like 2-down situation, 3-down situation for Jump for Joy. And Splat Squad still is going to maintain control. Now this Crab Tank in a beautiful position with so much control over the rest of the map, has plenty of sight lines in terms of where the members of Jump for Joy might be coming from. They're going to be able to find the lead here, and they might be able to get the knockout as well. A little bit of ink on top of the zone from Nug, and that's going to do it for Splat Squad. They're going to go ahead in the series.
Oh, let's go. Okay. Let's go Splat Squad. I was a little worried for them. They had 6 points left for Jump for Joy to kind of push themselves into a series lead, but now here again, Splat Squad take the lead. They're going to go up 2-1 like you said. I'm always interested to see what the last 2 game modes are because I haven't looked ahead. So do we know what those are, K-Pot?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Tower Control and Rainmaker.
Eel-tail Alley. And
What were you about to say?
E-tail.
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 It's like retail, but
E-tail.
smaller.
And
little
Flounder
guy.
Heights.
All right.
That is a very tall map. Wow.
Yeah, actually,
It
wait,
is.
Okay. Eel-tail Alley.
You did not
okay,
just say
well,
Flounder Shorts in our
Flounder
ears,
Shorts.
Elemental.
Flounder Shorts.
Really? Flounder Shorts? What? That doesn't really make sense.
He's right. No, he's right. He's right. He's right.
Anyway, before we get to Flounder Shorts, we're heading to Tower Control Eel-tail Alley. And the interesting thing about Eel-tail is that it's much more narrow than most of the other maps that we see. A lot of things are all about the north to south fight and less about flank angles or something of that nature. There are some interesting features of the map where you'll see a little bit of verticality here and there as well. There's a bridge that'll be very strong positioning for things like a crab tank. But in an overall, things aren't going to be pretty linear, right? These teams are going to run into each other a bunch, given what they're doing so far. It'll mostly just be seeing who comes on top in a lot of those firefights as they fight off against one another.
So what I'm hearing is we're not getting any chargers.
I mean, we might. Charger's still totally fine on this map. Given the fact that it's a lot of this north to south thing, and given by the fact that you're not going to get flanked, actually, Charger is quite strong here.
All right. Well, hopefully Ari's able to put up some numbers. Big fans already in this corner over here. So we'll see. But Tower Control, honey, are you excited to see the moving payload?
Yes.
Okay.
What? We know it's a tower now. I know that. I'm not gonna see payload again.
Tower X payload.
Tower X.
Ooh.
It's all right. I hear all of the time, like people call the special weapons the alts or something, and they're not alt at all. They're specials. So, common terminology between games. Already actually at the second checkpoint on this map. The first checkpoint is right there by that mark. But well done here, able to clean things up is Splat Squad. Now slowly starting to build this advantage, and we're actually seeing Gary and Nug once again pair up here. This is something that even we are seeing in high-level play, where it's really all about trying to get the jump on your opponent. And now with this crab tank in position, look at how far ahead it sees of the tower, able to put out so much more pressure, and especially if it was able to be followed up by another teammate, it is so devastating to see things like this.
Yeah, as soon as they got 2 splats, wow, they even got a wipe out here. So continuing their pressure, gonna make sure that they just kind of breeze on past this map, putting down so many splats.
What is that?
Oh, Gary, I think that was the... Oh, what is this? Something Rush?
Reef Slider?
Reef Slider.
Was it?
Hardly know.
Yeah, it was probably the
God.
Reef Slider. Obviously, by the way. can't even say her name. Man.
Pain.
Anyway,
Reef Slider.
3 minutes to go here. Jump for
All
Joy
right,
actually
well-
starting to get in decent position here overall. That crab tank was looking to apply a little bit more pressure, but that's the other thing about the crab tank is that it is most useful when your teammates are able to play in off of it, right? When that crab tank is taking so much space, having someone else utilize the space that crab tank is buying for your team is so beneficial. Otherwise, there's a risk of it getting jumped on by multiple members of this team. Now we see Jump for Joy very clustered around this tower and might be vulnerable, but I say that, and it looks like Jump for Joy is able to clean house here. Not well done to this Forge Pro, able to take care of one of these members, and they're going to clear past this second checkpoint. They're looking for the third check here as well, and are continuing to keep up all of this pressure.
Good.
Looking to dive around. Gary able to find a second one, 3 down. Jump for Joy finally able to get taken out just in the nick of time. Well done for the defensive hold here, swarming around that check.
Almost like just instant application of what you were talking about there, where Crab Tank has no one covering it, no one's able to utilize some of the space that it's buying for them, all the valuable real estate that it's giving, and it just gets taken down by Gary. Gary's just sitting there in front of them, and it was a really good bomb coming out from Jump for Joy. They're fighting for this point. They are, I think, they're ahead. Wait, no, they have like a remaining 23, so they're up by 8.
Isn't that Splat Squad because it's the purple number?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
you're right. Okay, this makes more sense.
So Jump
now.
for
I was
Joy
like,
still has to try to get a push going here. They're almost down, and they might actually be able to do this. You'll see now those checkpoints getting cleared out earlier are going to be beneficial for them because now they're already approaching this third checkpoint. Booyah Bomb going out. All they have to do is get past half of this checkpoint.
There
They're
it
able
is.
to find it in order to take the lead, but they might be able to stick around and go for the knockout here, as now it's a 3-down situation for Splat Squad. Looks like Gary, though, trying to hop on top of the tower, trying to save things right now for his team, but not able to do it this time around. The Ink Vac comes out to lock things up, and Jump for Joy is sending us to a game 5.
there it is. They're just going one by one, each and every one of them. I mean, they had specials ready. I know I saw Aria was ready to. What is that Charger's special? What is the?
The Ink Vac.
Oh,
It's a vacuum.
even better. Wait, that's so sick. Actually, then they get just complete control of it. I mean, fantastic job coming out from Jump for Joy. We're in Flounder shorts now, and with the with Rainmaker being the mode, I'm really excited. Again, we're not getting any cope of like, this is our worst map. Like we've already seen it once before.
Game 5 time. Woo! Did you know that this is the best of 5?
Wow.
I did.
It's really on our screen.
I wouldn't have known if you didn't point out the graphic.
Yeah.
Or the fact that we're going to round 5.
Yeah. Oh, actually, no. It's like best of 7.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, production.
Thank you, production, for doing that.
So, the interesting thing here about Flounder Heights, we're talking a lot about verticality earlier, right? Flounder Heights is kind of the inverse of most other maps in the game, where the middle of the map sits so high above everything else that sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to get to, but especially it's a really nice location for basically any weapon to get set up and have a little bit more of that high ground, which in most cases will be beneficial. It's not as like cut or clear, right? It's like always having the high ground is 100% better, but generally speaking, in most matchups, having that high ground, especially on this map in mid, if you're able to prevent your opponent from breaking back in, can set up for longer defensive holds here, especially for some of these longer range weapons that we're seeing come out here, especially this Charger and this Forge Pro.
Okay, so it's less Star Wars, more Star Trek. Got it. In terms of high ground.
Splatoon music is so cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was listening to that entire thing, K-Bot, but Kai was jamming out to the music. Kai was in full head bump mode.
Still. Can I list a single thing you explained during the in-between time? No, but it sounded great.
You better start paying attention because it's going to be a pop quiz later if you're not careful.
Oh no.
All of a sudden we gotta study up.
I'm not studied up. I'm not studied up on this at all.
Oh,
I'm
Well done
activating
here,
Google.
actually.
I got stuck in the corner.
Yeah, getting
Okay.
stuck in the corner there, and you do not want to be stuck in the corner when you're going right up into a roller. But looks like actually Jump for Joy is able to come on back and able to clean out the rest of those members of Splat Squad that were sitting around that Rainmaker after they were able to clear past that first checkpoint. Always have to be on your toes because this game can change so quickly. And you see all the Splats coming out here once again. Jump for Joy now all caught in the same exact location. Bingus is going to look to try to push this one further forward for Splat Squad to get a few more points on the board. Able to actually get one there. Well done.
Wow.
Just alone, as the rest of Splat Squad is going to slowly start to come in and try to maintain the presence of where this Rainmaker is.
Yeah, 2 of them were pushed up, but I mean, right now, let's see what they can actually do. Okay, trying to play up, looking at Knight. Okay, they are able to grab the Rainmaker, and now they're gonna try and make progress on it. Now, Nug has respawned. Okay, they're sitting, they're trying to get this. This is a pretty. I love that Gary's just like sitting in this really awkward position where, oh, I'm trapped up against the wall. I can't do anything, and I have no teammates nearby. I'm in the scary lands. Okay, pushing for the checkpoint though. They're looking for space
here. Looking like they might be able to find it. Well done. Trying to fade around the right side of that. Use that pedestal as a little bit of extra cover, but a nice splat coming in there. And there is the wipeout. Holding this checkpoint right now is going to be Splat Squad, which will give them a rather solid advantage, especially given by the fact that they've got a few more points on the board beyond that checkpoint.
That was crazy. That was literally like they were an inch off of getting onto the checkpoint there. So that's insane. They still have a massive point deficit to make back up. So Jump for Joy, you gotta kind of put down some parts of Splat Squad.
Looking to try to add a few more points to the board here is Splat Squad. They're going to go 2 down, though, in the process. They do get a few more on, down to 31. Not going to make too big of an impact, in all honesty. But, hey, if you could try to go for a push, you might as well, especially given where we are now. Yeah, there are inclines that players are able to take. You got to actually paint up a little bit and get a little bit of ink in there, and then it'll activate in your own color. The interesting thing, though, is that those will oftentimes leave you incredibly visible and vulnerable because you have to be in squid form to use those. So you can't really shoot back at your opponent or something.
Oh, it's just splats everywhere. Like, currently they're still pushing for it. They still got multiple members, but it's one last one. It's a wipeout. They get the Rainmaker. And with a minute and a half, I'm going to have to see Jump for Joy really kind of pull one out because they are... I mean, they still have to make it to the other side of the map, and so far for Splat Squad, like, they've been playing really, really aggressive.
Might have an opportunity, but they've got to make sure that they're protecting this Rainmaker, especially from someone like Knight, who's just coming up here and is able to take care of that Rainmaker. That's the pick that matters most. It's a 3-down situation for Splat Squad here. Gary, though, is able to come up, able to find that one, and now it's going to be Splat Squad looking to pop this Rainmaker, but now a bomb's going to get thrown to that Rainmaker shield and immediately explode. Bingus is going to pick up this Rainmaker, and this is painted right in the path. Is going to add a few more points to the board before getting caught out. And now it's another 38 seconds left to play, but Jump for Joy once again back nearly at their own spawn, has to get it to their opponents.
Okay, here comes the missiles. Missiles coming down. Not able to do much. They've got 20 seconds, like we were talking about. Lost the Rainmaker. Trying to break the barrier on it right now, but they still have one member sitting in Splat. They've got, I mean, Splat Squad has the lead. This is going to be pretty tough. Can they actually make the push?
Looking to try to make this here. Rainmaker reset. 2 down for Jump for Joy, and there are so many members of Splat Squad around that even if someone from Jump for Joy is able to get this Rainmaker, they're probably not going to get it, but the Rainmaker shield is not going to explode in time, and that's going to mean that Splat Squad is going to punch their ticket to the grand final.
All of the Nug fans in chat are going crazy. The Nug sweep has been acquired.
Nug sweep.
Shout out to Jump for Joy. I really enjoyed how they were able to play some of these maps, especially obviously the ones that they won. They did it in pretty spectacular fashion. The fact that we got a 2-point win at one point is really, really cool.
Yeah, fantastic stuff for both these teams. And hey, potentially we'll see the two of them come back against one another in our grand final later tonight. But of course, Jump for Joy will have another round to get to before they get back into grands.
All right, we've got some time. Honey, what'd you think of the set?
I thought that Jump for Joy put up a really good fight. As we've seen in the previous games, they have a really nice defensive playstyle to go into the Splat squad, who are very hyper aggressive and kind of tend to go forward quite a lot, especially on a map like this where the middle point is kind of much lower than the rest. It seems like they put up a great defense, and it was a really good game to kind of close out this series. What are your thoughts, K-Bot?
I think you.
I kind of gave
K-Bot, you know, he was.
More thoughts. What's your favorite
more
map?
thoughts.
What's your
You
favorite
want-
map?
No, he doesn't
More
like
thoughts?
rating the maps.
I
He
don't
doesn't
really
like
have
map.
a favorite map, honestly.
Okay. What's
I
your
don't.
favorite
I don't
weapon?
play on them enough.
Okay, here. How about
Favorite
this?
weapon?
What is the map that your what? Yeah, what is the map that your players complain about the most?
Probably Flounder.
Hmm.
I hardly know her.
God, no.
Yes, again.
Okay.
And on
well,
that note, I think we'll take a little bit of a brief
There.
break.
Yeah.
We're gonna cut away, folks, for a little bit and prepare ourselves for the rest of the sets ahead. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Okay, hi everybody, welcome back to Under Pressure. It's a juniors draft and also for A+ rank and under. We are having a lot of fun, myself, Alk Battery, with Susanna or Kai, and K-Bot, who is basically just like a teacher chaperone bringing us to the zoo. We do have the little rings that we're allowed to hold on to, but we have an activity plan. We're currently in losers finals. Semi-finals, so it's a best of 3, and before that happens, we are gonna have a little bit of fun on the stream, so
Game
that
time.
yeah, it's an activity time. We're gonna have K-Bot gets to just sit back and enjoy. So this is a tier list I made, and I have never played a single Splatoon game. My only kind of exposure to this game is the 12 to 13 minute video I watched on gears and abilities today, and some of the tournaments that Elemental has been running the past couple of weeks. So I ranked them. We've got Based, Nurge, Poggers, Mid, Weird, and Alkcore, which, based on vibes alone, I've placed 2 of these characters because they remind me, or they feel like I would resonate with them.
Yeah, that one looks like you.
Exactly. The one on bottom left, the first one in Outcore, does look a little bit like me. So,
No.
Okay.
K-Bot,
how
off
about
of
this?
first reaction. What do you think?
So my first reaction is I don't know why Nurged is the tier above Poggers.
It doesn't really mean anything. They just 100% arbitrarily up there. Nurge is also not a bad thing.
Why is Big Man not base?
Right.
Big Man should be base.
Which one's Big Man?
Big Man?
Oh.
Big Man is the big stingray that you have in the middle of the
big
Poggers
stingray.
tier.
Oh, okay.
Shit,
Now that
I
I
said
know
you
that
are
his
the
name
whole
is
time.
Big Man, he deserves to be in base tier. But I can't change this now. So,
Right.
as you're saying, K-Bot.
Okay. How about this? Instead of me rating this, because frankly, I don't have very many opinions. Why
Good.
don't you
Okay.
pick out one of these characters and ask me who you want to know more about?
Kai, what are you thinking?
Okay, correction.
I know
You're allowed
these
to ask me about any characters except all of the bands. Like the bands are all the album covers there.
I did not know
I
what
don't
those
know
were.
anything about
I'm gonna be 100. They look like bad Photoshop art, so I was like,
So-
I'm just gonna put in a weird.
The way it works is all the music you're listening to is made by in-universe bands.
Oh, that's lit.
And so they all have different designs, and there's different music, different music genres for different bands and stuff like that.
Wait. Okay. Now that I know that lore, I'm putting them in Poggers tier. So Weird is definitely just gonna be a lot shorter.
Okay, but who do you want to know more about?
Who do I want to know more? Okay, so I already kind of know who Merch is. I want to know about Old Yeller over here, or the guy with the clout glasses. I don't know. Pick one, babe.
Okay,
In
you've
base
got
tier.
to
I
you've
know
got to
these characters.
describe.
You have to just.
I have
Gotta
to describe.
where they
Okay.
are.
Okay. Old Yeller is the last one in base tier.
Okay.
And clout glasses is next to him. I think let's just go with Old Yeller. Let's go with the old guy.
Old Yeller. Okay, that's Captain Cuttlefish.
Let's
he
go.
is the leader of the Squidbeak Splatoon, which is the the group that is kind of engaging in activities versus the evil Octarians, and you are a new recruit in the single player campaign.
Okay.
So in Splatoon 1, he's kind of your guide to help get you along the way, and then he kind of seems to be more of an advisor in the future campaigns rather than someone really on the ground trying to help you out, because, old bones over here, and that's a joke because these cephalopods don't have bones, but
Nope.
old bones over here can't quite hold up and fight with the rest of them.
Okay. All right. Well, thoughts on cloud glasses here?
I actually have to remember which character this is. This is one of the shop owners.
Oh.
That is one of the footwear store shop owners, which is why there are all of these tentacles that each have shoes on them.
Oh!
Let's go. Yeah, that's why you put him in base. You're like a shoe guy, right?
Oh!
Yeah.
Yes, true.
Yeah,
Oh.
Big Man should have been base from the start, though.
True.
Big Man. I love Big Man.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, well, who do you think is my favorite character?
Who do I think is your favorite character?
Yeah, which character is most Kai core?
High core.
Definitely Shiver.
Yeah.
Which one's that?
That's
Yeah.
Shiver.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm
You
Bluefish.
say bluefish. Fish. There's a lot of them.
Just one.
Well,
What about
there's
those octopus?
one
Jellyfish.
octoling,
Jellyfish.
and there's 3 jelly.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Who is Dr. Eggman in Nurge Tier number 2?
Dr. Eggman in Nurse number 2.
Dr.
That's a
Glass,
mysterious
Glass.
figure that lurks the depths of the Deep Sea Metro Service in the Splatoon 2 Octo expansion campaign. We actually don't think we get to know much about it. It's just kind of mysterious lurking there in the shadows.
Huh. Interesting. Okay. Producer, how much time before the next game? We're getting into lobby. Okay, we still got time. Alright, so someone has to explain Big Man to me. Because all I know is that they're a big stingray,
He's just a
whatever,
big
and they're
guy.
kind of just hanging out.
He's
They're
just a
kinda
guy. He's just vibing. He's so cute. I love Big Man. That is not gonna
That you looked up, you probably should not have just looked up raw Big Man.
Big Man is apparently the name of an artist. But look, he's just a guy.
Oh, he's a little homie!
He's
What?
a guy, yeah.
He's so lit!
I looked up Big Man Splatoon 3 on my
Dude!
other screen.
Wait!
Yeah, he's just a guy. Look at him. I love this guy.
Wait, he's so chill.
Yeah. I love Big Man. The production quality is
That's
insane.
Captain Cuttlefish.
Yeah. Hey producer, can you take a screenshot
This
of
is
the
horrible.
Big
Don't do
Man
that.
in the middle of the tier list and then add it in as a new image source above it so that we can move it onto base?
Why are
There's so
many words were just said? Okay, in general, how would you say? What would you? I know we said we weren't going to do this, but now we are. On a, would you? What would you give my tier list? Yeah, like a grade, because you are part of Collegiate Esports, so you have to give grades to everything.
well, Collegiate Esports doesn't really need to give grades to anything because it's not like part of academics.
It is now.
Well, I don't know about that.
Local sting- Yeah!
Let's
Yeah!
Oh dear.
Twitch chat. What do you? Okay, if K-Bot is too afraid to give me his rating, Twitch chat, give it to me.
Twitch chat.
What
Scale of 1 to 10. How's the tier
Yeah.
list look?
Yeah. Is this tier list good? Is it based?
Big Man.
Is it a little weird? Let me know. And while we're waiting for
nowadays, I don't think as much about like all of the characters in the game, like all of that stuff.
that. Uh huh.
I used to be really into it. Like I used to back in those early Splatoon 1 days. I was sitting down with one of my friends with the Sunken Scroll series, and we were trying to like piece together the timeline of like how the Splatoon world came to be. It was kind of fun. but that
Tell
was
us the timeline
many
of how
moons
Splatoon
ago.
World came to be.
No, we're not going into that lecture today because I don't remember half of it.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Man, our tier list looked a little sus there for a second.
Okay,
Right
so
there.
I see a lot of even numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
6,
Yeah.
4,
I got an
8,
8.
2.
Two.
Whoever 80 pod is
10,
kind of
10.
hating. Whoever 80 pod
100.
is hating. And to everybody else who said 10 out of 10 or 100, K-Bot will buy you Spotify Premium.
That is
So-
not happening. Let's be very clear.
Close.
That is not happening.
He actually said it while we were on break. So
Well,
don't worry, everybody.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I'm ranking pretty high. I feel like the vibes were good, which means whoever the character artists are for these characters and all these drawings, they did a fantastic job.
Splatoon has a great aesthetic.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
really nailed down the vibe of all these characters.
So you want to hear something
would-
funny about said
Sure.
aesthetic? Did you know
Yeah.
the world of Splatoon takes place, presumably, thousands of years after the human race has been wiped out after a great flood?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
so what you're telling me is that
We're in a
technically there might be
post-apocalyptic world.
there could be like an old archive of one of my casts, and these Splatoon characters could be like, what is this guy saying?
Yeah. Producer, make sure you have VODs turned
Maybe
on.
somewhere.
There you go. Perfect. It's literally
Maybe
real
somewhere.
life. True.
Well,
It's actually just the natural course of history. Whoever the devs at Nintendo, they made this game, and they're like, we actually have someone from the future telling us.
All right, Alec, show us your next tier list.
Oh wait, do we have time?
Do we have time?
I don't think we do.
we're going
Okay,
in.
we do. Okay.
All right.
So this one, kind of similar to the last one, I looked at all the weapons and said, do they have good design? And by good design, I mean visually. By just these little splash arts.
Ink brush slider, correct. I
So-
told you to put the brush higher
No.
up. They're cool.
Okay, for all the cool design, I will explain. The first two are there because they have like the hot rods flames, and that shit is tight.
What are you, Guy Fieri?
Yes. The second one looks like a terrible version of the ray gun from COD. So, W. The fact that there's a chainsword in this game, sick. The rocket launcher just looks cool. It looks like a sword, and that's tight. It looks like a Nerf like foam sword, which is awesome.
That's a
Bamboo,
pencil.
same thing. The fact that they have the Duck Hunter gun in the game, amazing design. And honestly, the last one's in there kind of out of pity because it just looks like a nail gun from
It
like
looks
Home Depot
cool.
or
It's
something.
2 nail guns.
It's 2 nail guns.
Yeah, I can be 2 of.
Wow, I can't believe your mom lets you have 2 nail guns. That's crazy. I thought the rollers were, okay. I think it's pretty cute. Paintbrush, kind of the same thing. The lazy ones, I just think they look kind of whatever. And then weird is just like anything with a weird shape. I don't even know what that first one is. I'll be real.
That's the bucket.
That's a bucket.
Terrible. There's another bucket like 3 next to it. Like, why do we need another?
So there are 2 different buckets. The first one's
Okay.
the vanilla bucket. It's just a slosher. The second one is the tri-slosher, which for this game, in my memory, is actually designed based off of a Japanese like art tool or something that like holds your pencils or whatever, or something like that. It's actually designed based off of something that literally exists in the real world in Japan.
Interesting. Well, the third one in weird tier is just
The-
because it
the
looks
blue
like a
bucket.
frying pan.
It's like a frying pan with like a laser,
Yeah.
with like a taser.
Yeah, except it's a Gatling gun.
No,
It's
it's a
not.
frying pan, I fear.
Oh, I see how it's a gallon
Yeah.
gun now. Oh,
Okay, and obviously there's a separate tier. I don't know what that thing is. I think it's an
That's it.
umbrella.
Oh, it's an
So-
umbrella.
It is a tent umbrella, like a tent canopy. It's
Uh-huh.
on an umbrella. And ironically, it's one of the, I mean, all the umbrellas are really bad right now, but the tent umbrella especially is something that the players just wish it would work, and it does not.
Well, I wish it looked different, honestly. So we're in the
looks
same.
cool.
Me and
It's
the
like It looks like a. If it was a bow, that'd be cool.
yeah. And then I obviously just put that last tier for you.
I literally
nothing else
just
to
told
say.
you what the good weapons in the game were.
Yeah, exactly.
so they
well, no,
both
this is
They
also
have
based
nothing
off
to
of.
do with me.
They do
They have
now.
nothing to do with me.
K-pop.
Other
like,
than
in
like
the
I
weird
play these
tier-
weapons because they're overpowered.
In the
Yes.
weird tier, what's the 8 looking thing?
Oh, true. We need to explain this one.
What's
What
the
eight
what?
tentacle?
It looks
The
like
8
an
tentacles thing.
Tetradulies?
Like
Yes.
2 to the left,
Yes,
2
that
to
one.
the right of
He's
the
talking
bucket.
about the tetradulies.
The Tetradulies, yeah.
It looks like an 8.
They're
It looks
two
like the
different
like
guns.
old school like cool S that people would graffiti onto like walls and
Yeah,
stuff.
it's another one of those dual wielding things, right? So have
You know
one-
what they actually look like, honey? They look like a Felios red gun. But,
You're so league pilled.
dude, it's true.
You are
I'm not wrong.
league pilled. Oh
Legends
my
cast.
god.
Oh no! Oh no! The League of Legends caster is league pilled. I fear. Oh no! Oh god!
Oh, it's so
So
painful.
I'm getting a lot of pushback for H3, but L3 is fine. I don't know.
What's an H3?
I don't know. The commentator guy on YouTube. No,
It's in the okay design tier, to the left of the like double red thing.
The pink double thing?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
In
In the second row.
Oh. What?
They look cool. I mean, I thought they were alright. Yeah.
The
to the left is the H3.
sunglasses on the barrel.
It has
Wait, they do?
sunglasses
Yeah,
on the
there's like
barrel.
yeah, look,
Wait,
there's like
no,
two
I think
little,
we're
like,
looking
black
at
things.
this one.
Yeah.
I
For the
think
one-
you're-
Oh.
Wait, we're getting the circle. We're getting the circle
Okay.
to identify the H3.
Thank goodness.
Oh.
Oh, that's the H3.
I told you to the left
Oh.
of the.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All right, never mind. Yeah, I stand by. I stand by that decision. Actually, this weapon kind of looks okay. I stand by that.
Yeah,
For
but
sure.
what's the difference between this one and this one then?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I think we're getting into game now.
Game time.
There we go.
Game time, baby!
TMO6 versus King Kong on Clan Blitz at the museum.
I
Classic
haven't
are
been
back.
so happy to hear that opening guitar riff in some time.
Well, the best part about that is because my name wasn't physically on it, people just thought it was Henry's tier list. So, my goats.
Right then, we'll be getting into this one here. A few different weapon changes, notably King Kong is the team we haven't seen at least in a little while on broadcast. Opting for the Custom Junior and the Range Blaster here as well. Gonna be a lot of Wave Breakers going out. That is a custom Range Blaster, right? Yeah, it is. Cool.
Okay.
A lot of Wave Breakers, trying to buy a little bit more space. That Wave Breaker will put 3 waves out on the ground and will do a little bit of chip damage in addition to locating where you are. But that little bit of damage is actually
Ooh, Many
quite
Game
a
Man has
bit
the football.
and can stack quite a bit. This is true. They
Shout out
do
to
have
Many Gay Men. They've got. They've lost the football. This is sad. Well, looking at King Kong right now, I mean they haven't. I mean they're making some room right now. Like they're playing pretty aggressive now with
Yeah.
Lucky, but try to score this football now. I don't know if they'll be able to try to get this.
Yeah, it looks like Coda was trying to advance, but unfortunately, I hardly know her, and they got splattered.
What? Oh dear. Oh dear.
King Kong's
You were
doing
trying
great.
so hard for that one. You were trying so
No,
hard.
respect.
I
They got
was-
it.
I was
Got it.
cooking.
He was cooking. Let him cook. Let him cook.
I'll let him cook. Speaking of cooking, King Kong was able to get down to the 59 point mark.
Wow, they got a huge.
Getting
amount
into
of
a few
points.
extra
Okay.
plans there. But already, actually a push going in as the football is able to find its mark. That wiper does a fantastic job of keeping up the pressure rather quickly. And now that range blast a little bit overextended allows this other football to go in. And that's going to be the lead here for TMO6. They've got another 2-done situation. Might be able to pull off some fancy footwork here, especially with the support of Allen here as the leader. But that splash is going to get taken out. 39 is going to be the final score here for TMO6. Down to that point mark and has a little bit of quite a bit of a lead here, actually, on their opponents.
Yeah. I was wondering if they were going to try to either pull back and wait for, a couple more reinforcements, but instead just wanting to trade their Splat for getting, 1 or 2 more points. We'll see how influential that'll be in the coming time as Crab Tank is deployed. Don't know how well it's being covered right now, however, as they're able to score. Oh, it's just a barrier. Okay, I was gonna say I don't know if they score here, but it's like all their efforts are just gone. They're just getting taken down. Multiple splats now here for TMO6.
Yeah, good defensive hold, but now immediately it looks like they're going to be beelining straight for the barrier here, trying to approach this. We're seeing it try to come in off of the side screen here, but it does look like enough of the members of King Kong are going to be there to prevent that football from going in right away. Now, the interesting thing, by the way, while you're holding these footballs, is that it lets your opponents know exactly where you are at all times, which actually can be a bit of a detriment. You can't surprise them. They know exactly where you're coming from. And so it's something to keep in mind that while you're holding a football, your opponents are going to know exactly the movements that you're making.
Can't go into the, can't use the ninja slime, unfortunately, or the ninja eel. Just can't do it. What is it? You were trying to put it on your...
slide thing.
Yeah.
Where you can like go
squid.
invisible to the enemy.
Ninja squid.
Ninja squid.
What did you
Close
say?
The way
enough.
it works,
Ninja.
the way it works is that if you're swimming through the ink, normally
Yes.
you get to see like ripples that come out
Yeah.
where you're swimming. But in a
As one
ninja
does
squid,
normally.
when you have that on, you actually don't end up getting those ripples, and so you're basically invisible in your own ink when you're swimming around.
Wow. You don't even see like the little name above them? I'm assuming that's
No.
hidden if you're the
Well,
enemy.
the enemy players don't see the name. at
Yeah,
all.
okay. That makes sense.
We just see it. We would see the name anyway, though, because we're in the spectator mode.
Yeah,
but actually,
spectator,
here we
Oh!
go. TMO6 able to
Wipeout.
find 2 wipeouts back to back, by the way. Off of the back of that Ultra Stamp. Very well done from Just Jashawn. Able to throw in a few more clams here for TMO6 as well, but they're not able to extend their lead, at least quite yet. We're going to see if they can try to approach from this side, but now a beautiful crab tank comes out here
Nice
as
flank.
well. But those clams just don't come in quite in enough time. 2 members, now 3 members down on King Kong. Just 7 seconds here left to go. They're looking to try to get something done, but at the end of the day, this game is all but over. They're going to have to take this power claim back to the other side of the map, but no, with that football going in back with TMO6, that is going to immediately close out overtime and seal that game away.
Ah, that was really close. I was worried there for a second as to what exactly was going to go down. I like you said, they put in 3 points, but they also had a power clam that they were sitting on, and they were able to kind of slide that in. TMO6, they end up grabbing it, and we get splat zones, and we get tower control. Okay, let's go.
Well, it might not be tower control.
It may. Oh, that's right. We're in best of 3.
We're back in best of 3 territory. Yeah.
I didn't have the big orange text telling me it was best of 5. That's I should have known.
Yeah.
I should have known. If I saw that, I would have given it away.
Bit of a skill issue, honestly.
Yeah, just a tiny bit. All right.
Yeah.
Ooh, honey, look, they've got Enoki. They've got Enoki.
Oh, like the mushroom.
Yes.
A what?
Enoki.
Enoki mushroom.
On Team King Kong, it's like a mushroom. It's a really good mushroom too, actually.
I'm
Have you
not
never
much
had
of
a
mushroom
Enoki kebab?
connoisseur. I am not.
Oh.
There's a mushroom in your palate for it.
We're sending mushrooms to your email address right now. There are Enoki
That makes
mushrooms
even
all the
less
way.
sense than the pun. You're just
Like,
you're
the pun
sending
made tons of
mushrooms
sense.
to the email address.
Yes.
Yeah.
You'll
What are
figure
they?
out
Like
the mailing.
PNGs
Yeah.
of Mario
Okay,
Super
but
Mushrooms
you know how
or
like
what?
people have like a words per minute when they type? Do you think you have a words per minute when you talk or when you commentate?
Probably, yeah.
What does that even mean?
I don't know what it is. It means
You
I
know,
talk
like see
very
how many
fast,
words
so I
you
like.
can rap God in like a minute?
Oh,
Yeah.
well. I don't know how
Ooh,
important
big
that would
hammer.
be.
Oh, it's gone.
All
I
right.
don't know how
Well,
what.
how important getting a words per minute for a caster is.
Oh, it's not.
Funny. It's not.
It's not. It's funny.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
funny. People think I don't breathe, but rest assured, folks, I am breathing.
You breathe it, but you're K-Bot. Do bots need to breed?
Great question, honey.
As it turns out, I'm actually not a robot. Hold that thought for a moment here.
No way!
King Kong is actually doing a good job of holding on top of this zone. Now, okay, never mind. The second that I try to divert our attention back to the game, it doesn't matter because they were able to take care of business here. Well done to TMO6, finally breaking back out. Utilizing the flanks of this map too is also very important. Those sides of the map are something that you have to watch out for and control if you are in control of the zone as well, to make sure that no one can approach you from either side and catch your team off guard.
Well, it's only fair that that TMO6 are, you know, they got control of the site again, or of the Splat zone, because they do have 2 Ken tier weapons. So it only makes sense that they're here now and kind of pushing this lead. Right. They're about to catch up with King Kong, actually. And now that they've overtaken them, they might even just hold this. They've got crab tanks set up. Multiple members are still getting splatted here by King Kong.
Now, 3-down situation. There it is. 2 down for them, though, but with only 1 member up, and it's this roller. It's going to have its work cut out for it. Oh, wait, hang on. Able to find the neutralize for the time being. Maybe buying some time for the jumps to come in. It looks like they are able to just barely find the cap. Well done. Focusing on getting that ink on top of the zone is King Kong here. Applying that penalty on the TMO6, and now has some breathing room to try to go for the knockout.
Okay, TMO6, they still haven't. One of their members just respawned. And so now they're going to have to play time now. It's 2.5 minutes. They're sitting at 29. It's not ticking down quite yet because they haven't gotten full control of it. It's so close right now. Crab tank, you've got the hammers out. That should just be it. That's a basically full wipeout now incoming.
Yep.
That's
Delayed
it.
wipeout. Last jump coming in is actually able to use... had the drop roller, which is an ability there that'll allow you to just jump in and then dodge roll away as if you're playing a dualies and then catch your opponent off guard. Well, use of that ability to find a trade there, but with TMO6 gaining back control of this zone, King Kong once again going to have their work cut out for them. Not roller though, tries to get in position. Wave breaker going out, but it looks like it's just not enough. They're able to find yet another wipeout, and just Deshaun here using a celebration ultra stamp, gonna go ahead, find the yeet, not able to connect with anything that time around, and now just a few ticks of the timer left to go for TMO6. They're already almost approaching this knockout territory once more. They gotta be careful to flank though. Here comes Lucky with the big bubbler out. They will find one, might be looking for another one, but that has allowed the rest of the opportunity for the members of King Kong to take back control of the zone, applying this penalty once more to TMO6.
Ooh, look at that. They've gotten control of it. Countdown should be start. Is that what the little plus timer is? They're just buying more time for themselves, basically.
So those are the penalty points that that are applied once you exchange control of the zone. So if the other team caps, the team that was previously holding gets the penalty applied. And now King Kong is getting dangerously close to looking for the knockout themselves, but here comes Jashawn once more with the Ultra Stamp, able to connect with one and disrupt just enough, allowing an opportunity for TMO6 to once again paint over the zone. It all comes back to that, folks, is these teams are focusing back towards who is actually getting this ink on top of the zone. It is critical now as we get down to the last 30 seconds. There's the wipeout comes through here. Swifty Taco comes up with 2, and now we're going to see TMO6 looking to try to find the hold here.
Oh, I mean, they still have 1 second remaining, but it's 25 of these penalty points. And there's still 19 seconds. Like, literally, their timer is now synced up with the match clock.
2 down now, and that's going to be Inoki swimming on right through, able to once again create this disruption, allow the rest of King Kong to move back in, paint control of this zone. Now the Explosion looking to try to put in a little bit of work, but it's going to get caught out by the wiper. Trades happening all over. It's an ink bath on top of the zone as 2 members from each team go down, but it's going to result in King Kong getting control of the zone. They're looking to try to paint things and keep overtime going, but the cap comes through from TMO6, and they'll be the ones to advance on to losers finals.
Whoa, it's just straight up 2-0. Shout out Toxic. We've been watching them. We saw one of their matches earlier before this, and that was a really close match this time around. I mean, yeah, they had tons of penalty points, but King Kong were holding on. They did not want to go down in that last one.
And it was well fought there, right down to the very end. Especially like I was talking about, a lot of the times, a lot of the players of King Kong, specifically that roller, able to come up with the flank route, right? Going along either the left or the right side, buying some more space, and once again, creating that distraction so that the enemy team all of a sudden has to pay their attention to this flank, allowing the rest of the team to come in, take back control of the zone, and then especially on Hagglefish, but generally in just about every zones map, getting control of the zone is actually enables you to have a little bit more ink at your feet in mid while you're trying to take some of those fights as well. And utilizing that space, in addition to talking about all of these flank angles and everything, I think is really important as well when we're talking about trying to take that next step up in terms of game sense and game awareness.
All right, how much experience do you think that these players are getting right now, K-Bot? Is it like minimal? Like, you think that they're just like slowly scaling up for the day?
So I have to imagine that in most cases, this is most of these players' first times in like competitive settings, right?
Sure.
Given the fact that this is a draft tournament, this is their first time where they're competing with a consistent team, match over match, going in for, we've been here for a few hours at this point, right?
Yeah.
Able to get in a little bit more of that experience, but most critically, they're able to start understanding how they're going to start playing with one another. What's, okay. I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, as I was going to say, continuing my point, they'll start to understand each other's play size a little bit more, right? Mm-hmm. And once they start doing that, they'll start understanding, oh, okay, well, I kind of start visualizing and understanding what my role is on this team. And that's kind of interesting because you don't often, like if you're just playing in, Anarchy Open, you don't actually get the chance to compete with the same roster over and over, and your role and your play style might change based upon what the play styles of your other teammates are as well. So having the ability to play with a consistent team is these, I imagine some things are starting to come online. They're starting to make a little bit more sense, at least for the context of this precise tournament. It'll be interesting to see how these players start to really react and meld around one another as we get further and further along.
Do you think that there is an internal meta coming on? Or are we just still picking what feels good, what looks good?
No, we're picking what feels good.
All right. We had to give it a try.
We're not fully at the point of like counter strats and like all of this sort of thing. That's what I do because I have to find an answer for the double crab tank that gets popped randomly. That's what I have to do when the crab tanks. But that's the thing is that the crab tanks aren't like used aggressively or something. They're used defensively to hold space. So if you're trying to break back in right in the critical parts where those crab tanks are coming out, you're like, well, what am I supposed to do now, right? That's the theory crafting that I do in my spare time. But probably not going to see much of that here. Probably not.
Probably.
I could be wrong.
They're just like aggressively watching VODs back, and they're like, okay, guys, we may be A+ or under, but we're
okay, guys. This is what K-Bot said. We got to write this down.
Write it down. Clip it, so we have it in the sheet. Like they're sitting there with the sheets on, and they're like, okay, we need to. He said do this. We should be doing this. They look at the tier list without any audio, so they're just like, oh, is this what they're talking about? This okay? Maybe we should copy the tier list.
That'd somebody's watching without audio, sees your tier list, and
exactly.
then it's like, okay.
I need one of these players to be watching without audio, right, so that they look at the stream and they're like, oh, they put up a tier list. Okay, awesome. Nothing like leading players astray with terrible misinformation on the internet.
Oh, there's the music.
Yeah, how dare you spread misinformation?
Alright.
Okay.
This is loser final?
Yes. Yeah. So when we get back, okay, so here it is, Clam Blitz. Remember, this is the same team for I think it's Burnt Butterbrick was telling us that Clam Blitz is their worst map. So yes, expect for round 2 to maybe not be as close. But Rainmaker, they gotta kind of put up a fight on this one.
First map is Scourge George. I keep wanting to say like Scourge George. K-Bot, what can you tell us about this map?
Well, we
Besides
saw
that
it
it's in the
earlier.
gorge.
Yeah, we did see it earlier.
Yeah, but you didn't tell us anything about it.
Yeah, we didn't
I did
forcibly
tell you
ask you for
something
your
about this
opinion.
map, actually. I did
It's
tell you
flat.
something about this map.
That's all I remember.
Isn't this the map that we saw the guy like jump off the side of the map?
This
Yes,
is the
it
map
is.
where they
Yes.
have to push up a hill.
Yeah.
That's
Alright,
a
I
small
remember.
little hill. It's not much of a
Yeah.
hill.
It's
But-
gorge.
It's the one where this corner comes into play, right?
Ah, the
Yeah, I gotta
funnel corner.
find a way to turn around
Yeah.
that corner before you're able to find that first checkpoint. And then anytime after that, it's almost like it's its own natural checkpoint, right? Even if that pedestal isn't standing explicitly, you still have to find a way to break through that corner and try to get some splats on the enemy team that might be playing pretty patiently and conservatively, because those corners are going to be difficult to turn. Much like you might see in any other shooter. We don't often compare Splatoon to other shooters, but sometimes it's useful. For those of you that might have experience in other games, turning these corners where an enemy player might be lurking there, waiting for you to just start walking forward, can be incredibly dangerous.
Oh, wait. Okay. I know this game definitely doesn't have the capability for it, but I wish there was a crazy person that just like made Splatoon in another game, like Siege or whatever, and they just let people play Splatoon, but like in another game engine. The thought of watching little Splatoon characters like jiggle peek around corners is so funny, or try to like do slide cancels. That is the best thing that could be made for all of humanity. That would increase
Roblox.
global happiness.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. We're starting to trend closer and closer to like what I normally see. We've got double splash on both sides of the map right now.
The 10 tier! It's going crazy!
It's not a
The Ken tier guns are coming
The
out!
Splash-O-Matic is just the best weapon in the game. That's not like
It's
my
in Ken
opinion.
tier.
That's
Ken
just
tier.
like
It's Ken tier.
that's just like fact.
It's giving K
That's not like-
right now.
It's giving K-Bot.
Something explicitly. Anyway, jump for joy, able to clear past that first checkpoint, and now TMO6 looking to try to come on back here. They're actually able to kind of stabilize this position, and now a 2-down situation. They might actually be able to make this push happen, but no, Crab Tank comes out. That's why it's so powerful, that extra little bit of range. Now starting to approach this, got to be careful, isn't caught up by the Rainmaker pop, and will get taken down in the process. Might be an opportunity here for TMO6 to move forward.
And it may not be anything super like impactful, but I do love that I'm watching a Charger just like sit on top of like high ground and just take pot shots, basically. Like, hey, like put you under pressure, get rid of that Crab Tank that we just saw coming out for a
Roll
jump for joy.
credits.
Oh
Said under pressure, which is like the
no! It's
the day of the
doomed.
tournament. Woo.
It's
No, it's. I gotta go.
That's
guys.
going to do it for us here today, folks. All right,
This is-
hang on.
this is
Actually going to
Elemental's
see checkpoint
Oh.
come through here as Deshaun's able to take care of that for TMO6. Now starting to move past this. I don't know how this player didn't go down to that Rainmaker shield pop, but was able to find
It's okay,
one
you
for
can
the
say
road.
many game man.
You can say many gay men. It's okay.
It's okay.
I was going to say like the weapon they were holding, and then I couldn't tell whether it was a Flash or a Junior, and then I got caught off guard.
All right,
'Cause
we'll
I'm
let it
watching
slide.
a little
We'll let
bit
it
of
slide for this
blurry
one.
screen.
We'll let it slide. We'll let it slide. We'll let it slide now. But that AC kid is trying to make room. They're literally by themselves right now. Like there's no one, no teammates around. All of them are either respawning or trying to fight for mid control by putting down a bit of ink. But I mean, we're kind of just fighting. There's a 1 point difference right now, and
Yeah.
they are getting kind of close to getting towards it. But I'm loving the defense
So-
we're seeing coming out from Jump for Joy.
The interesting thing as well, the inner mechanics of Splatoon, actually ties are impossible. In a score where, say, both these teams end up getting to the same exact checkpoint, the team that reached second actually will appear as 1 point less. They won't get credit for getting the full way, but it looks like doesn't matter as now many game men able to swing that Rainmaker on forward, able to get it down to the 49-point mark, breaking that kind of effective tie, even though they were losing, and taking the lead here for Team 06. They're looking to stick around here. Swifty Taco dropping down, not able to find a splat that time around, gets cleaned up by some of the members of Jump for Joy, and now they're using some of their specials to further clear out this area, but just Sean comes up with one, comes up with two on the Splatano Wiper, able to put in a little bit of work all on their own, enabling this wipeout for Team 06, and now potentially enabling a few more points on the board for this Rainmaker push.
Let's see it. Can they actually put points on the board right now? They still have that lead, but an ink path was drawn for them. They got a few more by going down. That's really awesome here for Team 06 as now Jump for Joy post wipeout are trying to redeploy onto the map, trying to go for something, but they've got a minute and they have a ton of ground to work through. They can't use much of they can't like dive down into the ink, and there's still more takedowns being put down. So Jump for Joy, they've got a huge mountain to work through.
Yeah, and things like that charger trade back and forth, not going to go to the favor of Jump for Joy. Instead, Allen, too, able to take care of business there. And now you're seeing what might be a little bit more passive play. Here's the other thing about Rainmaker is that sometimes you can just play a little bit more of a stall tactic. You see many game men not opting to push this at all, even though there are 2 or 3 members down of Jump for Joy. Instead, try to keep this in the mid, but they got to be careful because everybody's got to be on the same page here, or otherwise someone's going to slip through. That AC kid able to come up with a crucial pick out of the Rainmaker, and now with the 2-down situation, maybe Jump for Joy has an opportunity to get this push on forward. The Crab Tank comes out, looking to try to find something here, but now looking to try to push forward. Just to Sean, not able to come up with something that time around. Another Crab Tank in position. We're in overtime now, but it's a 2-down situation. And finally, the collapse around the Rainmaker comes through for TM06. They're going to take game 1 in this best of 3.
Just not able to protect the Rainmaker there. They were so close to making really good distance, I think. They had multiple members still up. The Crab Tank was about to go down, but multiple members of Team 06 were just barely coming up, and they find that last splat. Oh man, well, going on to Clam Blitz. Let's see if they can kind of put up a 2-0, or if they're just gonna send us to round 3 here. Jump for Joy, this is the time to pounce. We know it's their weakest game mode.
It's time to jump.
It's time to jump. Yes, jump them in game.
Boop,
in game.
In game.
Boop, 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 doop, boop, boop, doop.
Honey, look, it's Brine Water Springs again.
Yeah.
Do not ask K-Bot about this map.
So, what can you tell us about
Oh no. What can you tell me about this map?
Yeah. Kai, what do you remember of Brine Water Springs?
It looks cool. I like the architectural choice on the roofs in the background of this map. It had a really cool pan into it. Seems like this kind of plays into the more post-apocalyptic sense of this game, with the apartments in the background when they were loading in looking a little bit more run down than usual, possibly like a early 2000s kind of old style of apartment buildings where they were kind of just concrete blocks. I can't tell you anything gameplay-wise about that.
You were literally just staring at that image the entire time while you were writing this essay.
Every pixel.
I was right.
Getting analyzed. You know, something that I just noticed after multiple games is that they're all standing on coffee machines, which is really awesome.
Yeah, it's like a little espresso machine. Pretty much.
Yeah.
It looks like the cube from, like Portal.
Yeah, so it looks like a cube, but when it opens, they're little espresso machines. It's kind of lit.
Here we go. 2-down situation now. TM06. Maybe an opportunity for Jump for Joy to get something working here.
They do got
It's the K-bot weapon.
Yeah.
They've got K-bot
Yeah,
weapons.
it's the K-bot tier weapons.
They've got the
Splash-O-Matics.
There's multiple of them. There's 3.
Yeah, there's 3.
And they've got a slosher machine.
And a sniper thing.
A sloshing machine.
Yeah, and the 2 nail guns!
Yes, let's go! They got the 2 nail guns!
Oh, they also have the,
Alright.
it looks like a cooler. The Kentier weapon.
That's a sloshing. That's a sloshing machine.
Sloshing machine.
Yes. I don't think K-Bot appreciates
Right
the
then.
Kentier weapons.
Right then. Anyway.
Booyah.
Ooh! Booyah bomb.
Woo!
Booyah Bomb comes out as it was being charged up, as Kai did point out, but now, flanked from the backside, this E-Leader is vulnerable, has to be careful. But multiple members, both teams going down once again. Team 06 actually this time around, only with one member up. That AC kid immediately trying to pop this crab. Apparently, here's the call out from a teammate, looking for a little bit of extra support. You see the explosion shots coming over the side here. It might be an opportunity for Jump for Joy to get something going, but they don't have a power clam to their name right now. Trying to charge one up here, pass the clams to the teammates. Knight trying to put up a little bit more pressure, but is going to get taken down on the sweep that comes through, and they took just a bit too long to try to get something taken care of, and we are still scoreless in Clams Brine Water.
They're pushing up for it now. It may look like they're going for it. Hammers down. Knight gets taken. And Cole is trying to go for something, but they're just scoring clams back to back to back, almost at the halfway mark at this point before the barrier comes up. Still got 3 behind them. Okay, so... Oh! They've got the lead! Wait a minute. They're just slamming this one now.
Yeah, a few clams go in, and sometimes that's all it takes once you're able to get the build-up going. Team 06 striking first here with 2 minutes left to play. Still some time for Jump for Joy to come on back in this one. Now a Crab Tank looking to try to get something done here, but without much of an aim, the Crab Tank doesn't actually have all of that much of a use case, right? You have to have a very specific thing you want to try to do with this Crab Tank when you do end up using it. But now that AC kid able to use that ink rail, getting up, going to try to go for a flank here on the Alan.
Oh, this flank.
This one before. Well done to take care of that one, relieving the pressure on mid of this E-Leader that oftentimes is so oppressive. You can see all around the middle of the map here, but still Jump for Joy just cannot quite get all their members forward. It's another 2 down, making it a 3 down situation as the punish is able to come through from TM06. Well done, nice and swift. And now they're going to be looking to go right back towards that barrier. You see another power clam charged up. Swifty Taco got a few more clams here to boot. And now Justice Sean comes in with even more. Crab Tank, though, out. Going to be able to find a trade. And it's just a few more points to the board for TM06. But most notably, that penalty will be decreased. And now Allen has another power clam at the ready. Might be looking to try to make a push here as well.
They're just getting slammed though right now. Now they're kind of playing a little bit more defensive. That look for Jump for Joy looked good. However, they got trapped in the corner, so they really couldn't do anything at that point. And now they've broken the barrier. They're putting down points. Let's see how many of those clams they can actually score. They've got a power clam. It's been landed. They've now almost crested over the halfway mark. And 45 seconds. This may be the most important half minute of this tournament for them, as if they can't win this, TM06 just get the 2-0.
It was just one more clam that they needed, and they weren't able to find the follow-up that they wanted. But now they've got another opportunity potentially. All it's going to take for Jump for Joy is 1 power clam and 2 smaller ones. But they've got to charge up a power clam here soon. 15 seconds left to go, and they're not going to go overtime. And now they go 2 down, perhaps a little bit overextended here in mid, as there is just Allen sitting up here on this E-Leader, able to poke down, able to take 1 splat at a time. Power clam does get charged. Will they be able to protect it? No! Yeah. The heavy is going to get taken down. It's a 3-down situation, and overtime will be triggered, but with 1 member up, all it's going to take from Team 06 is the ability to try to guard this power clam. It's just about 5 seconds here left to go. You see everyone trying to dive on top of this from Jump for Joy, but it's not going to be enough, and Team 06 will punch their ticket to Grants.
Wow. Okay. Honey, what'd you think of this?
It was great. I'll be completely honest. After our discussion about what I thought about the map, before we started this round, I became way too concentrated on looking at how the map was built and what it looks like, than paying attention to most of the gameplay. But TM06 did great, and it was a really, really close game. Yeah.
High five.
High five.
Let's go. Well,
We
Well,
don't
they
get to
didn't
see
hear the
Nico
high five
Mart.
sound on the mic.
here we go. We gotta do it
Okay.
louder.
Ow!
I don't know if it
We
came through that
also
time.
didn't hear that one. We only
The
heard
noise
the
gate.
ow.
The noise gate is going crazy right now.
Yeah.
Alright.
Great
I
job,
I
Jump
finally
Joe.
have Battlefy open.
I
So,
think they put up a great
That's huge.
fight.
huge. Splat Squad. They're gonna be waiting for TMO6 now, and last time around, they 2-0'd them. So we'll see. I think. Oh. All right. I was looking. I thought they had like a very similar map pool to what happened, or a game mode pool as they did last time, but it's pretty different. Not
Well,
a clan blitz
we'll-
open. So.
We'll take a look at it after this break. Don't go anywhere, folks. Grand finals of Under Pressure Junior Draft will be coming your way on the other side of this break.
Okay. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Under Pressure's Junior Draft Splatoon 3 tournament for A+ rank and under. Before we get into grand finals of Splat Squad versus TMO6, we have another activity for you.
We have activity?
We have another activity for you, Bio.
Yeah, the activity you designed.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Alright, here we go.
Alright.
So, this is for everybody, including Twitch chat. Who would win in a fight? A crab tank or a tank full of crabs? That's it. Now, the crabs that are in the picture may not represent the crabs that I was talking about, but it was the clearest image that I could get within an actual tank made out of crabs. What are you getting?
Okay, so I think that the crab tank would win over the tank of crabs.
Okay, why?
Because, okay, I don't know if actually most of the Splatoon audience is old enough to remember this. Back in the early 2000s, there was this, like, I think it was like a Digimon or something series where, like, it was like Pokemon, but they were like machine robots that were like balls, kind of like Transformers, where they would go from like little balls to like kind of like this crab tank thing.
I know what you're talking about.
Exactly, see?
Oh, no,
and I was like,
I know what you're talking about.
You know what? Yeah. Oh, is it Baku?
I think it's Bakugan. It is Bakugan.
Yeah.
You're thinking of Bakugan.
Yeah, that was so cool. And every time I see the crab tank, I think of those. I love those little guys.
I have a few.
You have some?
Yeah,
That's
Bakugan
so
are
cool.
lit.
Yeah! And so I was like, oh, that's super cool. So the crab tank would definitely win. Because Bakugan is lit.
Now, I just want you to remember that the crab tank only shoots, like, ink.
Yeah. And so if you replace all of the water that's in that crab tank with ink, the crabs would die.
Well, they're
so
crabs.
Crab
They
tank
probably
clear
just,
is
like...
easy.
Okay.
Crabs need water, not ink.
Fair. Okay. K-Bot, are you in agreement with this one, or?
I have no thoughts or no opinions. I am
That's
really
okay.
bad
Now you can have lots of thoughts
at
and opinions because we're
hypothetical
going
questions.
to game.
Great.
Espresso machine. Look,
Oh, yeah!
they are espresso machines. See? Told you. Anyway. Glad to see that the side of reason has won for some reason. I don't know why. Shout
'Cause
out
I'm
Many
always
Gay
right.
Men yet again.
Let's go.
TMO6, Splat Squad, our grand finals. If I'm correct, please tell me I'm right, please.
You are correct.
Let's go! I got part of the tournament correct for once.
Well, I mean, you're used to like how double elimination tournaments work, no?
Okay,
shouldn't
funnily enough, I have many stories of like me and like Pastry Time just being like, do not ask us about formats. We are the worst at that. like if you ask me a format question, like I barely
Explain
understand.
Swiss.
No, I barely understand how Swiss works half the time, and that's on a good day. So, nah.
So the base level explanation is if you win more, you'll get paired up against teams who have a similar record to you
Yes.
and also keep
Yes.
winning. And if you lose more, you'll get paired up against teams who also keep losing. That's
Yes. Yeah, but
That's
I don't
all
know
you
how
need.
like the calculation of like a 1-1 team going against or like a 0-1 team going against a 0-1 team. No,
You
I'm not doing
don't
that.
need to go know that. That's all semantics. But what you do need to know is the fact that Splat Squad was actually having a pretty good presence in terms of holding this zone and was able to get that down to the 32-point mark. But TMO6 was able to find the retake here. They're able to come on back in, and now trying to dive on top of this crab tank, not able to get punished there. TMO6 actually going to go 3 down now. It's just going to be that E-leader up on the back lines, and it'll now enable Splat Squad to take back control of this zone.
Ooh, okay, and you know, for right now, Team 06, they have not gone much space. They bought a little bit of time, especially with a lot of the penalty points that now Splat Squad has accrued, but they're trying to get back on. Many Gay Men bought a little bit of time, and now they've gotten control of it with that Splat, so Team 06, let's see, how much of the clock can they run? They've got a crab tank here, but nobody really playing as aggressive. I think a lot of them are playing behind, trying to play time. One of them is splatted, so waiting for the revive on that one. Playing aggressive, Swifty Taco.
Oh, Well done, Swifty Taco, able to come up here and then able to help the teammate out with that assist on top of the zone, enabling Team 06 to continue holding this presence. It's all about trying to hop on top of that plat when you're given the opportunity to from this mid spinner. And now dropping down is the Splat squad, but they're dropping right into the hands of Team 06 in all of this purple ink. It's going to mean that now Team 06 is going to be able to take the lead back from their opponents. Another 2-down situation comes through here for Splat squad. Bingus just trying to lob some explosion shots over top of this wall, but it looks like it's just not enough. Now tries to move in on top of the zone, but that's not where you want to be as an explosion. Nug, though, in position, might be looking to try to get something done here on top of this zone. Now paired with Gary, this team that we've seen come out numerous times, this brilliant duo of Splat Squad, able to take back control of the zone and keep Splat Squad alive for now.
They spent a little too much time trying to, find where Bingus was. Bingus had a pretty good position high up and then dropped down. They got off of the point, and that distraction right there bought enough time for Splat Squad to immediately pull up onto the site, grab control, start ticking down on these penalty points. And they're just finding splat after splat now. They've gotten control again. Penalty points are about to run out, and they've got 20 to make up. If they can make up that difference, that puts them in the lead. 1.5 minutes left in the game.
Look at Jerry already on the opposing plat. Is going to be able to find a trade for the trouble here as well. That's going to be the lead immediately for Splat Squad. Quacko comes back in here. Team 06 looking to take back control of the zones. Going to be a 2-down here for Splat Squad, but actually they're able to hold on. I don't know how they were able to get those last 2 splats, but they're able to find the knockout. And Splat Squad's going to go up 1-0.
It was one find, one splat that grants them control, and from there, Splat Squad, they run over it. They get all the way through all of the penalty points that they had. Wow, amazing first game there, or first round coming out from them. Team 06, got to keep their heads in the game, obviously. It's still, they've got a lot of time to make up. They've got Rainmaker coming up as well. Flounder Heights, I'm not going to say the other name here, but, they're doing pretty well. I thought that was a really awesome round from them, and it came down to what I saw was, a single kind of pick.
Kai, what do you think about the architecture there on Museum de Alfonsino?
What do you think of the architecture, honey?
Great. It's super clean. I like the palette. It's a very nice neutral tone on the cool gray side, with the purple and the yellow being really great highlights that complement also the team colors on that map of orange and purple that really make it stand out. I find that most of these maps have a pretty neutral palette, which really lets the ink of the players stand out quite a lot and make it a lot more contrasting during the gameplay. So
and
it's really cool.
That's an important
I like
point.
the architecture too. It's quite clean. Seems like it's a lot of high rises.
You're getting the full review here.
I want to interject and develop and expand upon the point that you're making.
Expand,
where you're just,
go for it.
Going
He's laughing.
right
Go
on.
for it.
So, to your point about the fact that the ink colors stand out, actually, the ink can tell you quite a bit. If you notice that, obviously, we all start playing this game by playing Turf War, right? Most basic mode in the game.
Yep.
At the end of 3 minutes, team with the most ink on the floor at the end of it wins. But playing Turf War in some of these ranked battles is also just as beneficial. If you notice that you've got control over the area around the objective, you're going to have a lot better of a time being able to push that objective with so many more movement options, because you can dip into squid form and surprise your opponent like that. So actually, the ink on the floor can tell a lot about the current state of the game. And for those of you that might be looking to, or might be aspiring analysts or commentators, oftentimes trying to hone in on exactly what's happening with the current map state, given those 2 colors that are out, will be incredibly beneficial.
K-Bot, question. I forgot the map name already. Can you remind us?
Flounder Shorts.
I hardly know her. We just got 2 in a row. We just, that's a combo right there. That's a combo. That's a 2-for-1 right there.
How is that a 2-for-1?
What? We got the I hardly know her, and we got the Flounder Shorts in there. You made it a 2-for-1 by accident.
Okay, right.
That was not by design. But right now, Splat Squad's putting in work. They've got to the 2nd checkpoint already, and they put up a ton of ground. You can just look at this full view thanks to observers. It is just almost completely cyan or teal. I don't know what color this is actually. It's teal? Are we going with teal or
it's
cyan?
one of the two.
Alright,
I would
cool.
probably say Cyan. Probably.
Yeah, me too. But I'm also afraid that maybe I'm like... the fun thing, whenever I see colors, is like, is it an actual color or am I colorblind? I don't think I'm colorblind yet.
I think it's cyan. Teal is more on like the blue side.
True.
Teal is
has
more on the
crab
blue side.
tank.
I think
No, it's
teal
like
is more on the green side. No?
maybe.
Alright, we're pulling it up on the
maybe
fourth
you're
monitor. We're pulling it up on the fourth
It
monitor. as we
doesn't
speak.
matter. It's blue
Oh, it's mattering.
nonetheless.
Oh, it's mattering right now.
Okay.
Well, while we're
but
looking this up.
What is mattering the most is actually the high ground advantage the Splat Squad had, but Swifty Taco able to get into this nasty position with the crab tank, actually having the high ground advantage for the crab tank there alone on top of the wall, able to clean up some of the rest of this here, and enabling TMO6 to have some of these super jumps to get back on top of the middle of the map. Oh, unfortunately, it's going to fall out and find themselves on the opposite side of the map. Now has to swim right around this Flingzo roller, and now has to try to generate some kind of advantage for TMO6. They're going to dive this Rainmaker forward, but they're diving right into enemy territory where there's plenty of other blue squids around. The Ultra Stamp going to get canceled out by Nug here as well. It's turquoise.
Why'd you do it in the middle of his...
I mean, to be fair, I didn't have a point where I was going
you're
to.
good.
You on that?
Yeah, see, I
good.
predicted that, so I tried to do something that we
okay.
talk about. Again, it's turquoise. Cyan is a bit more blue.
Based.
And teal is darker.
Ooh, okay. Alan is trying to go for some charge shots here, but kind of lands some onto Nug, but Nug was just finishing up on using that crab tank, so pushing pretty aggressively. It's what we've known Splat Squad to do with any kind of their duo carries. So right now, Nug, they're playing for Rainmaker, playing in squid form, just trying to make sure that they can kind of hide a little bit. But as the rest of Team 06 respawn and get back onto the map, they're going to take control of this Rainmaker now. It's on their side of the map. They're trying to build space for it.
By the way, I love how they're utilizing this high ground. They're not instantly dropping down to try to get themselves on the same level as their opponents. Instead, they're playing a little bit more passively, Splat Squad is, because they know that they're able to just sit back and that Team 06 is the one that has to make a move. But if they can hold from that top, it'll be that much more beneficial. And as a matter of fact, I often find that dropping down sometimes is the worst thing you can do, because then you have to get into the enemy ink, then you have to stand back up, and by that time, the enemy knows exactly where you're standing. So oftentimes that'll be very beneficial. But now Splat Squad actually has the opportunity to start making a push of their own. They're able to get Jashawn here, and now Alan trying to find something here on the side. Looks like the assist was able to come in there, and a few of the other teammates were able to clean things up. So Splat Squad not able to get any more points on the board, but now the Team 06 has this first checkpoint down. They might be able to start making a solid push of their own. Now Mini Game Man going to drop here without any teammate support. That'll get quickly cleaned up by the members of Splat Squad. And with 38 seconds here left to go, Team 06 has got to make a move soon. Jashawn going down does not spell good news.
Oh, just trying to get into squid form, trying to kind of hide in the ink. But now they're just getting more. This is what I've been kind of enjoying watch from Team 06. Crab Tank gets pulled out. They're just trying to hold the point right now, trying to hold where the Rainmaker is. Mini Game Men popping the corner. Gets two splats, pushing onto Nug.
Uh-oh.
Let's see, can Nug
Wait a
close the
minute.
corner?
Oh, Nug is able to come up with a double there, holding that line for Splat Squad. Overtime isn't going to pop here unless the Rainmaker shield gets burst, and it's not going to happen that time around. Splat Squad narrowly holds on.
Ooh, wow. They get the 2-0, and that means it's match point. Team 06 are going to have to put up the reverse sweep. Nug, this person is insane. Like, they're obviously in their team. They've, I think, kind of found their rhythm where you're having Nug play this super aggressive, like, in your face, and is also able to kind of pay out mechanically. And then either Gary or any of the rest of the team is just following up on Nug's just play. It is really awesome. This is really fun to see, especially in the grand finals.
Do you think it's Gary or Jerry?
Oh, that's what
I
I
actually
Jerry,
don't
right?
know, admittedly.
It looks like Jerry. I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah,
but it's
but it could
also
be Gary.
spelled very close to Gary. Like it's
'Cause
literally
it's not a
one.
G.
Yeah,
And Jerry usually has 2 R's.
true.
It is Gary, apparently.
It's Gary. Okay.
It's Gary.
Gary.
Gary. Okay, based. Look, honey.
Hmm?
You want to go for the three-peat?
Rocks. The rocks are cool. Scourge George. The rocks are cool in the background.
The
Whoa.
rocks are cool.
I like
rocks
the
are cool.
skull thing that's like
That's huge.
above.
I meant in
cage?
terms of three-peat. Yeah, I thought three-peat was you were gonna ask.
You're gonna ask me
Kenneth
how
Oh,
the
what do you
map
think
is.
about this map?
Yeah. Dear
Well, now
God.
he sees it coming. You know, like.
Oh, I saw it coming already.
You see, you may have seen it coming, but I already forgot at that point that I asked twice.
All right. Well,
Jeez.
we're on the map now, and it's Splat Zone. There's no Clam Blitz. There's no Rainmaker. It is just like we're playing Turf War now. Get in there,
Turf war, but in like a little square.
the little guy.
Little guys.
That's what that would be called splat zones. This is clam blitz.
Wait,
This is Clam Blitz.
wait. I'm currently
Clam Blitz.
looking.
This is Clam Blitz.
This is Clam Blitz.
You said
Wait,
it
this
was
is Clam Blitz?
This is Clam Blitz.
This is the worst.
What?
I fear.
What?
Clam Blitz. Just saying it too fast makes me just. I can't.
Well, you don't have to say
Right
things
then.
very fast, anyways, Mr.
That's
Color
yeah.
Commentator.
Actually, that's K-Bot's job to say things really
I
fast.
guess.
Yes.
I suppose so.
Look, everybody in Twitch chat's already talking about the no breath technique. So
There are breaths there. I promise.
Yeah, you do breathe.
In fact, I'm probably too close to my mic, so you can probably hear me breathe.
You can't
a
hear
little
them,
bit
so-
too
I
much.
did hear a few.
oh, I didn't.
Oh.
If
I
you're
can
paying
hear
close
you
attention,
breathe,
you see,
T-Bot.
I can hear you breathing, Kenneth.
the thing though is that now that I've pointed it out, everyone's gonna notice it.
Yes.
That's the problem. You know, the magician never reveals his secrets, but now that I've done it, you all are gonna surely know.
Magician
Hold
never
on though.
reveals the secrets.
2-down situation
Ooh.
for Splat Squad. It's going to mean that
Ooh.
Team 06 has the opportunity to watch this crab tank for
That's
many game
funny.
men, able to turn this corner, trying to sweep in, but it's not able to clear out enough space. Looks like able to find one here, and now might be able to find a little bit of follow-up here on the clams, but no! The barrier goes up in just the nick
Wow.
of time, and the clam connects with nothing but the air. Unfortunately, Team 06 not able to get any more on the board that time around, and there's an opportunity for Squid Squad to try to take back control of mid, but they've got to make sure that they're winning these fights instead of just trading them away.
It's a 1-for-1, and look at this. I mean, many game men can try to follow up on Swifty. Swifty Taco's trying to play aggressive, still trying to play some of those flanks that we were watching earlier, and just picking up clam after clam. They're going to try to make a football here. It's got 5, but right now they're just buying time, building space for their team as the rest of them respawn. There are 2 of them that have been splatted on the side of Splat Squad. So Crab Tank out, it's time. They want to try and make the push, slowly get into the enemy's corner. Crab Tank's going to go down. They have almost got a power clam, but they still have to be able to break open that barrier on the enemy teams. Oh, it's so close though. Like, there's literally 3 of them down. They're looking for the last clam. They're trying to make this one before they can kind of toss it in. Here it is. Got the football.
Here
Crab
it
Tank
is.
open.
Able
Let's
to do
go.
it here, but with Switchy Talkie going down yet again, it's only going to be 1 power clam in. Many game men once again in the area trying to follow up just a little bit more, but now he's only able to get just a few more in. 61 is not an insurmountable push here for Splat Squad to try to come on back in this one.
And the thing that I like here is that Alan, not only with the charger, can kind of sit back, wait in the high ground situation, but if he ever does actually end up making the power clam, the football, he can just throw it to another member that has kind of gone into a much more aggressive spot, one that's closer to the basket. So this is a pretty cool strategy. Look at him. He's just holding space, trying to make sure there's no one flanking, knows that there's someone trying to put down some ache next to him. They broke the barrier, putting down more clams.
More clams coming in for TM06, and Splat Squad is struggling to try to find an opportunity to actually make a push happen for their own. And indeed, TM06 actually just trying to stick around for a little while longer. Looks like that power clam coming in. Now, interesting thing about the mechanics of clam blitz here, right? We often talk what you'll hear commentators refer to as the pity clam, is the clam that drops after the opposing team has made a push. You get one of your own colors. Now you see it just underneath the Splat Squad basket, and that gets picked stuff. Interestingly, though, if there's one sitting there, you don't get a second pity clam. So oftentimes, trying to make sure that someone grabs that while a push is happening, while the chaos of all of that is ensuing, making sure that you grab that so that you get an extra free football will be beneficial, because now you can do things like this. It's a quick 60 or a quick 40 points, I should say, for Splat Squad, who's looking to try to extend, trying to get back into this game. And now it's another 3-down situation. They might not have a football right away, but they might have a few more clams coming in. It's a wipeout, but again, where are the clams? They've got to try to find them here shortly, especially now that we've got 7 seconds left to go. They still don't have a football, and they desperately need to make one, but now the cleanup's going to come in from TMO6. It's a 2-down situation, and with no power clam on the map, overtime doesn't spawn. TMO6 takes their first game in this series.
Okay, no sweeps. I'm sorry, honey. There's no sweep. There's no sweep, but
That's okay.
we've got the reverse sweep starting.
Yeah.
Do you believe in TMO6 or are you a Splat Squad enjoyer?
I am go both teams. Woo!
Oh,
I do remember that TMO6 was like Clan Blitz is our worst mode. However, they did great on that one.
Yeah, they did. They got an early lead and they just kind of held on to it, even with towards the end where they kind of got pushed. It didn't matter. They all respawned and took the splats.
Well, the road to a bracket reset is still alive for TMO6, who now still has to win the next 2 games to try to send us to another set. Tower Control, Eeltail Alley. What did I say about Eeltail Alley earlier? Pop quiz.
E-tail.
It's narrow.
There we go. It's narrow.
I remember. Let's go.
That's huge.
Wait, why can we hear you clapping, but you guys can't hear us?
Probably because the wave has a pretty intense noise gate.
You probably have some noise condenser on, and I don't.
Yeah.
Based.
I turned it on after somebody in chat was like, "Oh, we can hear typing."
Oh, that was a while ago.
Yeah, so I turned it on like
No, okay, so context as this match starts to get underway. If Splat Squad are unable to win this this series, we are getting a bracket reset. So we will see this matchup again if they are not able to win on either this map or the next. And while that is very exciting, we may blame Elemental for even suggesting that there will be a bracket reset.
He pinned it too.
Oh, and he pins in chat reverse sweep. Oh, yes. Yes.
Well, we'll see what comes of this, but already things are pointing to TMO6 taking quick control of this game of 4, as now they're already sitting at this second checkpoint, looking to break it here. Just one Sharkin, though, playing a little bit more patient, waiting for the intel of the members of Splat Squad, and waiting for them to make a move. Now he's going to try to pop this crab tank, but it's going to get jumped on by the few of the members of Splat Squad, and it looks like Splat Squad might be trying to turn this one back the other direction. One goes down now, and they're looking to try to keep back control of mid. That crab tank is getting pressured out here, and now the 10 missiles coming out here to boot as well off of this Flinza roller, something we haven't really gotten the chance to touch much on, but you see it trying to be a little bit more impactful, but with no one else able to follow up on some of the pressure that was caused, TMO6 holds on to mid.
They've got control of it, and they're kind of pushing it right now in terms of the... I mean, they haven't really gotten control of the actual tower. They just now got on top of it. And we're seeing Bingus come back out onto the map. Gary as well is slowly pushing it back. We've got the jetpack being used, but now it's gone. And Crab Tank set 2 Crab Tanks, but no one's able to defend many gay men. Your mom, they're on the tower. They're pushing it.
What's with the laughter? Why are we laughing?
Yeah, well, what's so funny about your mom taking the tower?
No, I just find gay men funny.
Many gay men is the goat. I would take a jersey with many gay men on the back, or Nug.
Hang on, the wipeout here comes out. TMO6 able to clear past this second checkpoint. and that's going to be critical here, as now they're eyeing the third checkpoint. They're eyeing to try to look for the knockout here, but finally some members of the Splat Squad coming in. Looks like TMO6 trying to draw their attention back to the right side of the map. They're able to find trades across the board. 2v2 now around this tower, and here comes another player able to come up with one. Now they might be trying to look for the second, but the tower is going to try to reset here back to neutral. Looks like TMO6 holds on to things for the time being. Bingus on this range blaster going to get caught out with not a lot of paint support from the rest of the team. Nug instantly approaches this tower, surprises the opposing Splash player there, and now is able to start sending this one back for Splat Squad. Will they be able to start getting some momentum rolling? Looks like that's likely.
Ooh. Hey, Bob, this is something you were talking about earlier, just like when you're playing defense for so long, it can get tiring. People are just like either like they're looking at other objectives. There's obviously people pressuring them at the same time. So you still have a minute and a half, a minute 45 at this point. It's close. They've gotten to 50. You got to be able to keep up the fence.
Looking for the lead right here, but they have to be careful. No one was clearing out that side right in front of that, but it doesn't matter. They're able to find the lead nonetheless here. 2 down, though, for them. They might not be able to sustain this for much longer, and it looks like they might be trying to retreat, but no. Bingus is right there to find the engagement, able to find the chip damage off of the indirects from the blaster. Now it's going to get taken out by the E-leader on the other side. Nug on the tower with the crab tank, trying to push past this third checkpoint, and now is trying to just stick around, trying to maintain this just for a little while longer, but someone else from Team 06 hops on top of the tower, resets that checkpoint timer, and now Splat Squad is running for the hills, but it's not fast enough. They go 3 down, and TMO6 has control.
Jossum with the fancy feed. He was sitting under the turret. They were just like trying to just stay out of line of sight from Nug there in the crab tank, and they couldn't do it. They get control of the tower again. Now we see it, Splat Squad. They've gone 2 splats. And now they're trying to push out onto the side. No one has taken care of Alan, who is just firing downrange with this charge rifle. Or what is it? What is this gun actually called? Or sorry, what is this?
The E-leader?
E-leader.
E-leader?
Yeah.
Why is it an E-leader? I guess it's like, is it spelled leader like person who leads, or is it leader like...
No,
like
L-I.
So like the... Okay, so a measure...
Okay, hang on. 16 seconds here left to go. This is critical. Splat Squad might have the opportunity to try to seal this deal here, making sure that overtime isn't even forced. Now it's 2 down situation for TMO6, and Splat Squad running this tower. The big bubbler is out, preventing anyone from TMO6 to step on this tower, and Splat Squad will ride this one to victory. They are your under pressure rookie draft champions, junior draft, whatever. I was close, man. Whatever. That's the way it happens.
Let's go!
Around the edges.
Let's go, Nug, Gary, Bingus, and your mom. Fantastic stuff from them. An aggressive playstyle that we saw coming out from 8+ and under. I wasn't exactly sure what we were gonna get. Not just because I've never seen this game before like 3 weeks ago, but also, we were talking about, we were like, there's probably not any real strats going on, and definitely no anti-strats going on, so who is going to have the best performance on the day? And Splat Squad, I mean, they went down into the lower bracket, they lost to, actually, wait, they didn't go in the lower bracket,
They did
that's
not.
right,
That's why they start
they were
bracket
stopping
reset.
everybody, actually, wait a minute. Jump for joy, the closest ones, they went all the way to 5 games versus them. That's crazy. And in
That is
typical
crazy.
Elemental fashion, we had almost 6 hours of gameplay.
Yeah.
Typical, I suppose. Of course, hats off to everyone. Hey, you know what? At the end of the day, hats off to everybody for playing. It kind of takes a lot to put yourself out there, especially as an A-rank player that might be interested in starting to play competitively for your first time. It takes a lot to actually come out here. You're going to get streamed to show up for this tournament at all. So, of course, hats off to Splat Squad for being victorious, but hats off to everyone else that also showed up for this event. Events like this are fantastic to see, because what competitive players and folks in the competitive space like me forget to realize is that X rank only makes up, or is supposed to only make up, like 1% of the player base.
Exactly.
So to see all of the rest of these sorts of things come out, it's great to see everyone have the opportunity to play in an organized competitive setting for events like this.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Just the fact that they're, a large part of the gaming population are not like super try hard like 1%ers. A lot of them are, they have school, work, whatever it is. Like they're just like, oh, I play this game for fun. Oh, I can play in a tournament. That's super cool. Even if I get like turbo stomped, like I don't care. I got to play in a tournament. That's super awesome. Sometimes you make new friends that way. Either way. So the fact that there is stuff like this, there's an ecosystem for them to kind of exist in, is really cool. And they get to even get streamed, which, sometimes getting streamed, that's like adds a little bit of, stress, but getting to say, look, I was on this cool stream with some fun graphics, I think that's a win.
It looks like we have a sideline update from our producer Elemental here that the lower bracket is having a bracket reset and is currently 3-0 Grants in losers' favor.
Woo!
Shoutouts to them.
Woo! Let's go.
Let's go.
I think if we mention bracket reset a few more times, it actually happens. So it just didn't happen on this one, but it happens on the other side of the tournament.
Any closing thoughts? How about this? What did the two of you learn from watching Splatoon today?
The crab tank is really cool.
Really cool is a strong choice of words.
Why?
I don't know.
Is it a strong choice of
Overpowered,
words?
broken.
Okay, but it looks really cool.
It looks cool.
You're like a little guy and you get into like a little guy machine and you just shoot things. You just shoot things. Yeah, see? It's super cool.
You sure do that.
Yes.
You sure do that.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Hulk, thoughts?
This game was not as fast paced as I thought. Now, obviously, this is A+ and under, so I'm not getting like pure unadulterated, just like just highly skilled Splatoon. But I expected this game to be a lot faster. Like people get splatted and then revive instantly, or like the time to splat is really high, but seems like you're pretty tanky. The health regen seems like it's a bit slow. But that I don't know if you can affect that with abilities or if that's just the certain weapons that were being used just do negative damage. Up until the end, when we got more of like the Ken tier weapons, the people were dropping. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about, trying to pair up with your teammates, as I was talking about, right? After you play for hours and hours upon end with the same consistent teammates, you start to understand their play styles, understand what they want to do, and then you're able to play on top of that as well. So, again, hats off to everybody. Also, shout outs to the Under Pressure crew, Elemental, Anakin, Time, everyone that's been hanging around today, helping this event run. Shout outs everybody there. You've been listening to Kai, you see our Twitter scrolling across the bottom of the screen if you really want to follow all of us. I'm Kim, I've been joined by Kai and or Susanna, either or. That'll do it from us here today. We've got a credit roll for you all, so you all can actually give credits to all the folks that have worked on this event. But that'll do it for us here tonight. In true Under Pressure fashion, we're out of here in just about 6 hours or so, and we'll take our leave now. Take care, everyone. Have yourselves a good night. We hope to catch you around for more events to come.